Michael?
Susan, can you hear us?
Is that question?
Right now. Can you hear us? Good evening.
Stays quiet on the street tonight.
Good evening. Can you hear us, Susan?
I can hear you.
Great.
There she is.
Are you the one?
We're just trying to get a little settled here and then we will start.
Geez, there's a lot of money going to go into school change.
Oh, yeah.
everybody got one for me?
You need your mask, Carrie.
2 or 3 of them
I
here.
gotta set a good example.
Yeah, you're right.
I got a box in the car.
He's got his mask.
Yeah, I got
He's
you.
got a color coordinated mask. Yours
course.
is not going to be, and he's a
I got a bunch of,
I was gonna say, I'm shamed. One thing that matches with me is my shoes,
There you go.
and, but they're not even spiffy,
Okay, are
all the same.
Michael, are you, is Jay, where's Jay? Is he
Jay
in?
is on, he's just gonna ask him something.
Is it Ace Hardware?
No, he's at home. He's been exposed to COVID.
I think.
But he got his shot. He got his shot today. Thank you.
Can you hear us?
I'm tickled.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear
Okay,
you.
There
thank
you
you.
Okay.
Okay. Is everybody? We ready?
Ready, I'll start recording now.
Alright. You guys go ahead. Where you want? Before we get started.
Father, we thank you tonight for your love and your kindness and all your wonderful mercies. God, we pray tonight that you cover us under your blood. God, watch over us. And God, whatever decision we make, God, let it be just for the betterment of our community. Continue to protect us and keep us in your care, up under your wings. And God, we'll give you the glory and the honor and praise. In your son Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner Banks. I call this meeting to order. It's January 14th, and we're going to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
for all.
Come on.
Happy New Year, everyone. Welcome to 2021. Do we have any modifications to the agenda? Don't believe we do.
Whoa.
Okay.
Actually, I do. I think there are some items on here that we need to discuss, and I was gonna make. Mute
Jay, you might need to mute for just,
until
Who let the dogs out, Jerry? Who let the dogs out?
Anyway, there are 4 items, and I will take them in order. One, I would move to add to the agenda, a commission discussion of safety precautions for City Hall staff and the conduct of meetings in the future with respect to the virus. It's going to be with us for a while. There are some issues that, as you know, we can only talk about when we're together, that I think we should talk about, and that is, one, our air conditioning system, about any improvements that could be made to that. Policies for wearing for in-person meetings of the commission in future and also at City Hall. There are just so many variables. As we know, the situation changes from month to month, and we don't have the opportunity to talk about that. And I think it would be very helpful for us to do so. So I move we add COVID safety precautions to the agenda for a commission discussion.
okay. You have a motion to do that?
I second. I'll make the motion.
You make the motion?
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Do I have a second? Do we have any discussion? Okay. Everyone in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Everyone opposed? Say no. Okay.
I got 3 more items, and one of them I see a piece of information here. This is something new that we add to the the agenda, a discussion of the potential closure or changes to both Miller Middle School and Middleton Bernie. They're both on the school board list. And this is, I don't know very much about it, but these are significant structures that occupy a lot of city real estate. And I think it would be prudent for us to discuss it.
I don't think we need to discuss it as a city. That is the school boards. And if you want to discuss that, go to the school board meeting and discuss it with them. Well, we have no influence on that. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Well, the one way we do and then one way we don't. The discussion that I had in mind was that we should talk about how to inform ourselves on this, because it may be something that we are going to have to respond to. If a structure in our city is going to be demolished and rebuilt, that is going to have an impact for us. We may be called upon to approve, or we don't know what's going to happen. But if the school is totally vacated, that is an issue for our city. So I just that we should talk about informing ourselves.
Before we go too far down this way, Michael, do you want to, I know you have been speaking with.
One of the things I was going to do in my report was I had spoken to the school superintendent, and I could just give you an update on where they're at. They were pretty much put it out there on how they're working in the phases, kind of really early right now. I can address it now, or I can address it later.
Later is fine with me.
Okay, let's do it later.
But there are implications for our city, I have no doubt. And to me, we need to be prepared. Something that I suggested, I moved that we add to the agenda, a discussion of future workshops or topics that are a priority to be discussed at a regular meeting, so that we can talk about our future agendas and issues that are outstanding and prioritize those. So I would add, we move to the agenda, discussion of future workshops and topics that are priority for us.
Yeah, can you clarify that a little bit for us as far as what you're asking us to do?
Well, one of our responsibilities, hopefully, would be to do future planning, to prioritize issues that we think are important. For example, we talked about a code enforcement workshop that has not happened yet. We have a CRA that's out there. We've talked about economic development in general. I think one of our responsibilities as a city commission is not to just wait until an issue is brought before us, but to set some kind of priorities.
Well, Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I got this on a yellow sticker pad myself to bring up some of the things, because we should, I believe that we should have done visit them, but we haven't, because we've been all bogged down in other matters. So I had it to bring up
Okay.
in my comments, commissioner comments, what are we going to do about it?
Okay.
So somebody is very important, and I think we need to start attending to it.
Right, so that's really what I'm talking about, but to me, it merits more. I have some commissioner comments, but to me, I think what you have in mind is put on the agenda, highlighting things that we think we need to prioritize, take care of in the future, like whatever it is that you have there that I can't see.
And you're looking for us to start doing this, have a workshop to discuss this and prioritize, is that correct?
I think we
To
should
start off with.
we should talk about how we're going to do these things that are a priority to us, and not just let it be scattered and leave it to the city manager to sort out miscellaneous requests from all the commissioners. So whatever it is that Commissioner Banks has on his yellow page, I think it would be prudent to have a time on the agenda to talk about future scheduling.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I would like comments.
You want to do it in your comments?
Yeah, I'll do them in my comment.
And you're
Commissioner
going to talk
comment.
about yours in your
Yes.
comments? Okay. Are you satisfied with that, Commissioner DeVito? Or do you want a motion?
Well, I'll make a motion if
Okay,
someone
you can
wants
make
to second it, that would be great, because it's our responsibility to set our priorities.
We
And that's what I
understand.
think we should talk about.
Okay, you want to make a motion?
I so move that we put a separate item on the agenda to talk about priorities for upcoming meetings and workshops.
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any discussion? No discussion, everyone in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Say no. Okay.
And
Motion
then,
carried.
whoops, one more. Also, I move that we add to the agenda a discussion of how best to go about conducting an evaluation for the city manager. I think we need to plan for that. There is for example, there's a form in your packet that's just for example of a typical city manager evaluation form. It's from 2003 from somewhere in California, but it's just an example. But anyway, I think that's something that we should talk about how to go about doing.
Did you have a timeline on that? When you
Well, I thought
want it?
that's what we would talk about.
You know, basically, you know, my feeling about this whole thing about doing an evaluation of the city manager. The performance, okay. Performance, it's got to be measured by objectives that have previously been set. And at this point, the new mayor and myself, we've not seen any performance objectives or evaluation that was set by the prior commission.
Right.
Okay? So basically, I think the discussion, right now, I feel that all the commissioners, we need to review the duties and expectations of the city manager, both from his contract and the city charter. And once we review that, at that point, we can all set up specific objectives, which will become the evaluation for the end of this fiscal year. This method will allow input from all of us as to what the expectations are. So my motion is, I move to have the commissioners submit their objectives based on our city charter and the city manager's contract for the city manager's evaluation to determine exactly how he will be evaluated. That's my motion. Does that all make sense?
Well,
No,
this-
it don't quite. Now, I got, and then it's one item I got on my sticky pad too,
Okay,
but I had it to be did in a little more professional way.
Well, I guess,
what,
I'm sorry.
he has the floor.
Feed our input. And we need a check sheet. And then let our mayor do the interview. I don't think all of us should be barking at it at one time.
I'm going to interrupt right here. Right now would be unfair. Look
Exactly.
at all we're dealing with COVID and the situation and what he's had to deal with. I'd like to delay it. It's fine if we go ahead and get something written down, that's fine. But to go ahead and do right now, you might as well take a hammer and knock him over the head.
Well, right, and
I'm
that's what I
sorry, but
mean.
that makes me angry right now.
We need to just kind of review it, see what we want.
Yes, I don't have any problems with that,
And
and that would be
hopefully-
fair. Then he would
Yes.
know, and we know,
And we know what we're evaluating him on.
right? And he knows
And we're-
what,
we would evaluate, and I don't know if we will or not. but
I
the
think we
timeline
should. I think that would
at the end
be
of the-
fair
at
to
the end
him.
of the
It
fiscal
would be
year.
fair to us to,
Yes.
and the public
Yes.
to know what's going on.
Yes.
But right now, there's a lot of things going on that, this talk.
Yes.
And I think that would be absolutely fair. Do you have any problems with that, Michael? Okay?
Could I just
Commissioner
clarify
DeVito,
something?
you have the floor.
Because y'all don't seem to quite understand what I said, or I didn't say it well enough. When you move to add a topic to the agenda, it doesn't mean that you discuss the substance of the topic in the motion to add it to the agenda. It is simply an idea to discuss on the agenda. So, for example, the manner in which the evaluation would be conducted or when it would be conducted would be for the later time on the agenda, not when you make the proposal to add it. I had not a specific time in mind. I was not proposing to ambush or sandbag the city manager or set a time. All those would be things that space in the agenda would be where we would talk about them. So that's all it is. It's just a topic of how best to conduct an evaluation for the city manager.
Okay,
That's it.
Okay.
Do we have a motion for that? Well, we already have Commissioner Burton's motion.
motion, I'll
we have-
second it.
You'll second that? Everyone in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I don't know what we're voting on.
The motion is, I'll repeat it.
Would you, yeah, please repeat your motion.
I move to have commissioners submit their objectives based on our city charter and the city manager's contract for the city manager's evaluation to determine exactly how he will be evaluated. So in other words, all I'm saying is we need to set the parameters and the objectives of what we are going to evaluate him for. That's all. And so we will have that discussion at some time.
Okay, but
Now, that would take away from,
right, my motion was that not we make a specific motion now, but that we set aside a time on the agenda where we can have a more full discussion of a motion such as the one you made. So that's all I want to do is put it on the agenda and then come up with either a motion or no motion at that agenda time.
and at that time, we could discuss, we could take up your motion that you're
However it
offering
works.
if you want to, however you want to.
That's good.
Okay. You want to withdraw your motion?
Sure.
You want to withdraw your second?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Do we have a new motion?
is just a discussion of how best to conduct an evaluation for the city manager as a constructive and planning process. That we
I'll
put
second
that-
that one.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a motion, we have a second. Everyone in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Is that all we have for additions, deletions, modifications? Good. Okay. Okay. I just want to make an announcement, which yesterday, as you all know, it's been in the paper that with the COVID vaccine, right now the county is waiting for more. They've administered about 1,400 vaccines, but they have about 10,000 people on the list, if not more at this point in time, that are waiting to get their vaccine. They're hoping to have something by the first of next week. They ask that everybody please be very patient and understanding, and they will be making phone calls to set those appointments up as soon as they know that their vaccines that they have their vaccines in. Right now, the numbers are increasing day by day, and the hospitalizations are increasing. So they said that while they say temperature is very important, that anyone with congestion also, that to please look at that and to consider that they get tested for that, because that's just one of those more symptoms that people this time of the year say, I have a cold. And they've just asked that all the cities, that they just urge everyone to please consider wearing their mask, social distancing, and doing everything we can to try to get this under control.
Mayor, I really
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for getting that information, because I had called over there and I got aggravated because I couldn't get through.
Well, and they said that they have 6 people right now that are working the phone banks over there. They said they welcome anybody that wants to come over and help, but that's really what they have is 6 people, and it goes into that. He says it's just kind of like you calling your cable company.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, so they're doing the very best they can, but everybody's getting a little impatient to get their appointments. So they said as soon as they get the new the new batch in, they will be making appointments.
Okay, good.
And Mayor, could I add one fact?
Absolutely.
That it's my understanding, I see the posts from Mary Garcia that she puts on social media, our county executive director for the health department. And some people do not know, the county has free testing on certain days on their, I think, isn't Huson or Hudson Avenue, the health department address?
Hudson Avenue.
Right, they used to have it every day, but I understand it's expensive to get tested at a private doctor's office. But when they say if you have a cold or congestion or whatever, get tested, on the certain days that they're open, get that for free. And I've run into several people that did not know that.
And their days, they're trying to figure out which days, because what happened unfortunately is the staff has been pulled back again. So they had extra additional staffing that was helping them with all of this. It got pulled, and then they had extra staffing for the vaccinations, that got pulled. So she's trying to juggle a lot right now. So they're trying to figure out which days are going to be able to do the things and which days are going to be able to do the testing. CVS also is another place they suggested that if you need to get a test, to contact CVS. And I know there's one up there at 207. So, but thank you, Commissioner DeVito, for adding that to it. But they are stressed, and they're doing everything they possibly can. And I know several people that have gone and had their vaccine and have said that it was just Commissioner West, I believe Commissioner Burton, you both got one, and said that
They're very well organized. It's just runs
Extremely well organized.
extremely smoothly. And you heard of all and seen all the lines in other counties. They have it done so well. I was so impressed with them.
and I passed those accolades on to them yesterday.
Good.
So, thank you all very much. And at this time, I guess we'll go to any public comments. Do we have any public comments that's not pertaining to the agenda items that we have on our agenda? Deb is in the background.
No, ma'am, we have one public comment that is pertaining to item 8A, law enforcement update.
Thank you very much.
We have a proclamation.
Did you?
Mayor, do we need to do the Arbor Day proclamation?
We do. Guess I moved around a little quick. I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's hard to see over our mask.
Well,
Go in your glasses, get fogged up.
and then your glasses get fogged up. Right. Okay. I might have to. Okay. I'm going to go ahead, and if it's okay with everyone, I'm going to read the proclamation at this time. It's Proclamation 21-01, Celebrate Arbor Day. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual. Now, therefore, I, Michelle Myers, Mayor of the City of Crescent City, do hereby proclaim January 23rd, 2021 as Arbor Day in the City of Crescent City, and I urge all citizens to celebrate this day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. Further, I urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote well-being for this and future generations. So we have a proclamation. Do we have a motion of acceptance?
I move.
Okay, who's gonna pick one? You have a motion of acceptance, Commissioner Banks?
I move.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion?
Just after we adopt it, may I give the details of the
Sure,
Arbor Day
absolutely,
celebration?
absolutely.
Okay, that's not.
So
under
let me go
discussion.
ahead and let's take a vote. Everyone in favor of the Celebrate Arbor Day proclamation, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Okay. Proclamation is accepted.
Okay, so the Crescent City Arbor Day Community Celebration is this year going to take place Saturday, January 23rd from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the grounds of the Crescent City Women's Club at 604 North Summit Street. It's co-sponsored by the City of Crescent City. The encouragement to plant trees, the City Commission at the last meeting allocated $200 for the purchase of trees. That can arrange for, and we will have 33 trees in 3-gallon containers to give away in exchange, like last year, for donation of non-perishable food for the Christian Service Center. First come, first serve. I understand that the mayor has agreed to come and read the proclamation. The county extension agent will show people how to prepare their 3-gallon container tree for planting. Also present and doing presentations will be the Florida Bartram Society and Keep Putnam Beautiful. And we hope the Master Gardeners will be there. And there will be flyers around town.
I said, do you see what drives me crazy?
Is that meant for us?
Yeah, I guess Jay needs to, it's probably talking to, if he's like me, with his puppy.
I
Yeah.
think that was for the dog.
I think that was for,
Commissioner Banks, can you hand, I guess I better, sorry, this is awkward here. Thank you. Sorry, usually we just pass it down.
I'm holding it.
Okay, thank you. So that is where it is taking place. The city has provided trees, masks and social distancing are required. And people can move flyers around town. And I think the city manager will have this on the city website, if I understand it.
Yeah, correct.
Right, and many thanks to the city manager for arranging for the purchase of the tree.
very good. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our consent agenda. The minutes of the previous meeting have been distributed. Are there any corrections to the minutes?
I don't have a correction, but I have a question about them. At a prior meeting, we said that we would have a code enforcement workshop on today's date. Somewhere we may have changed that, and I don't see it in minutes. Could we possibly have done that at the December meeting, and either I missed it or it's not in the minutes?
No, and we had talked about consensus was that they would not have a workshop. I think at the time they scheduled a workshop and along was going on, I think conversations with everybody. Having topics on this discussion right now, that would probably move to a future meeting, probably next meeting or the next workshop. And it was part of what I had discussed with Commissioner Vito about scheduling workshops.
Okay, so as long as we didn't miss something on that subject in minutes, I don't have anything. All right, I would accept the minutes.
And a second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, no, accepted. Okay, now we're going to go on to general business, which is our first discussion is law enforcement update discussion. Michael, do you want to start us off?
I do. So tonight I wanted to start a discussion. I'd like to introduce Susan Erdley. She's on Zoom with us right now. She's an outside attorney who's with the private law firm of Marks and Gray. She was the former city attorney for the city of Jacksonville Beach. She has been retained by the Florida League of Cities to handle very. She frequently does speaking engagements, and one of the talks she gives is titled "The 10 Most Common Lawsuits Against Cities." And funny as it sounds, one of those 10 is police liability. So I've asked her to speak tonight to give us an outside perspective, share her thoughts and experience dealing directly with our police department, and on issues and with other similar departments. So Susan,
Good
you
evening.
there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Ben?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you for allowing me to meet with you tonight. My name is Susan Erdley. I represent cities and private employers and local government in my practice and have done that for a little more than 30 years. I'm a litigator, which means when there is a lawsuit, I have been called in to represent your city, your police department in the past, and other similar small police departments. I've spoke with Mike and also with Jay, and they asked me to give you sort of a perspective of what I see, not only in Crescent City, but more importantly, what we see in other similar communities. It's been my observation, and I've represented police departments that have as few as 3 police officers, and I've represented ones that have 100. So, but there is a common theme that we see with the smaller departments that have similar challenges. And I think it's important to say this. I know that Crescent City is dealing with a challenge. That challenge was not a challenge that this commission created. It was not a challenge that this city manager created. You inherited this situation. And by the way, you're not the first commission that's inherited some difficulties with this department, or challenges, I should say. One of the things we see with smaller communities, like the size of Crescent City and even larger, is generally when there are problems that make their way up to litigation, that generally starts with a dysfunctional city commission. You don't have that in Crescent City, and the prior city commissions have not had those challenges. We do see that in other communities, and I think you're to be applauded. You and your predecessors are to be applauded for being able to work together as a collegial body to do the citizens' work in your community. The other thing that I noticed was when small cities or towns come to litigation, a lot of times that's created when the city manager may not be fully qualified, or there have been poor hiring jobs with city managers. Crescent City hasn't had those challenges. I've literally seen city managers hired out of the audience in city council meetings in some small communities your size. So I've worked with the last 3 city managers, Marcus Collins, Patrick Kennedy, and now with Mike Esposito. And the city has done a marvelous job of hiring qualified city managers who have experience in local government and know what they're doing. So I think it's important to point that out. And I think you and your predecessor commission should be applauded for doing that. This city commission does have a challenge on its hand. It's not a new challenge that prior commissions and prior city managers haven't faced, but it's become chronic. And I want to talk about what that challenge is and what I think it's based on. And we see it in other communities. Crescent City has had a bit of a revolving door of police chiefs. It has been a difficulty for Crescent City to retain qualified police chiefs. When I came on board, the first lawsuit I defended Crescent City in was in 2009. Chief Mike Roy, was the police chief for just about a year. He was really a good police chief, but he left abruptly. And the next year, Robert Johnson, who had grown up as an officer in your agency, was named the police chief. The challenge for Mr. Johnson, or Chief Johnson, was he had a limited amount of training experience. He grew up in a very, very small agency. So he was your chief for a while, and I think he left in 2016 or 2017. Then the city had Chief Diamano, who abruptly resigned in 2018. Shortly thereafter, the sergeant. The department has fewer than 7 sworn officers. That alone means the department really has to be firing on all 8 cylinders to be able just to cover the shifts that they have. And I would say that not just about Crescent City, but about any department that size. With the abrupt departure of Chief Diamano and then later the sergeant, that left a few officers and really no chief. And I believe that happened when Patrick Kennedy, who did a very capable job as city manager, when he was in place as the city manager, and I believe he had to reach out to the Putnam County Sheriff, who graciously came in and assisted your community until another police chief could come on board. So when I say this isn't the first time, I point out in 2018, the city was much in a similar place to where they are now. The problem keeps resurfacing. Now after Diamano left, the city hired Chief Carmen, who had some experience, and he came on board, and he also abruptly resigned just recently, leaving 1 sergeant and 4 officers in place. That alone is a challenge for you. So my understanding is Mike Esposito went to the sheriff again and asked the sheriff for assistance with law enforcement, because what you had is a sergeant and 4 officers. And the challenge with that is the sergeant doesn't meet the minimum qualifications to be a police chief. And it is probably too much of an ask to have him lead the department, especially when you have a limited number of officers. So with that, my understanding is the sheriff again came in, but he did not want to use Crescent City's officers. He's not familiar with them. I certainly understand his position on that. He chose to use his personnel to provide law enforcement services. So the challenges in Crescent City, they're just not unlike any other. In fact, they are similar to other small agencies. Typically, when small agencies, fewer than 10, even fewer than 15, they have a lack of upward mobility opportunities for the officers. So that limits who you're going to attract as officers. There's a lack of resources for the officers that larger law enforcement agencies enjoy. It's hard to recruit quality officers to small communities unless if those officers have some tie in the communities, and then it's hard to keep them. And I'm not just talking about Crescent City. In fact, I'm talking about every city that I've worked with. I've seen many cities lose really good quality officers to bigger agencies for those things that I've already mentioned: better training opportunities, more diversity, being able to do different type of law enforcement work. Law enforcement is a very exciting career. It's amazing what our law enforcement officers do. They are called to see things that many of us don't want to see, and it's a bit of a calling, I think, for a good law enforcement officer to do what they do. But one of the challenges we have, and from time to time in every employment situation, there is a need to discipline. And in law enforcement, discipline's done a little differently than in private employment. The law enforcement officers enjoy a Bill of Rights. It's a statute contained in Florida Statute 112-532, 112-533. And the legislature has provided them with certain rights and and due process before discipline occurs. So what that means to every agency, including yours, is that before you can discipline an officer, there has to be, and depending on the discipline, there has to be an investigation. Well, look at your situation right now. You have 5 sworn officers. If there's a need for an investigation, you have nobody to investigate that. And frankly, you wouldn't have had if you had a full house there. The criteria, the statutory criteria are very specific. And again, this is nothing unique to Crescent City. These are things we see in other agencies. So what happens in that situation when discipline is necessary? And what we see happens, fortunately, there was a change in the law this year to where agencies your size, fewer than 35 sworn officers, are now allowed to go to outside agencies. Let's say you were to go to Daytona Beach. In fact, years ago, I think Daytona Beach did an investigation for Crescent City. So this isn't unprecedented in your city. You'd have to go to another agency. You would have to ask them to assist with an investigation. That takes some resources. They have to loan you a qualified internal affairs investigation officer. And oftentimes, other agencies will say no. So this is a challenge every small agency faces, including yours. So the other challenges just come from the personnel, having the right amount of personnel. What if you have an officer who has COVID and can't come to work? Now you're down to 4 officers. What if you have 2 with that? Now you're down to 3 officers. Are you going to have to go back to the sheriff again? So those seem to be the challenges that face you. But again, you're not the first to face this. It seems that this has become chronic to the point that you are required at this point to take a leadership role in resolving this issue. So I have worked with a couple of other agencies, as I said, and one of the agencies I represented in the past was the town of Waldo. And I saw some of the challenges they had with their personnel, and we helped work them through some litigation. What happened in Waldo, I think it was about 7 years ago, they closed down their department. They closed it down fairly quickly. They were in a situation similar to what you had. And they had the choice to make, which is similar to what you will have to make, I presume, whether they would either beef up their department with more officers. They also had, I think, a challenge with a revolving door of police chiefs, or whether they would eliminate their department and let the sheriff take over their law enforcement services, as the sheriff of Alachua County is required to do by law, or whether they would enhance what those services by entering into an interlocal agreement and contract with Alachua County. And in Waldo, they chose not to do that. And their cars were actually, I think, placed up for bid. And I've worked with High Springs Police Department. I happen to know that they purchased the cars and were very happy to get them. The other example I would offer you is the town of Baldwin. Duval County has 4 small cities. Baldwin is one of them. And years ago, Baldwin decided that they were going to eliminate their police department. They had some of these challenges. I think one of the challenges they have was with their police chief. And so that council voted to eliminate the police department. They coordinated with Sheriff Rutherford at the time, and they decided not to enter into a special interlocal agreement. And the truth was that Sheriff Rutherford, I spoke with their attorney about that transition before tonight and asked him, what advice would he have for you all? What could he share with you all? And he said that honestly, people were very, very worried and concerned, and there was much gnashing of teeth over that decision. But in the end, Sheriff Rutherford came in and said, I'm already providing most of the calls here in Baldwin. And he was like Sheriff Deloach, he was very willing to help and support that community. They didn't enter into an interlocal agreement, and the city attorney, who is still there, said that things ended up working out just fine. There's not been a call for an independent police department there, and it looked like in the end what they thought would be very, very rough sailing was smoothly handled after the department was eliminated. You could even Google small agencies, small law enforcement agencies, and you will see that closing small law enforcement agencies has been happening for a number of years. Texas has suffered from this, and Texas has some similarities to you. I went to college in Texas years ago. My people are Texan, and they have small, remote cities where it's a hard decision to do away with a police department, but they've done the same thing and gone, many of them have gone with a sheriff. The challenge is that law enforcement has become more challenging. We have body cams now, we have better equipment, technology has become more and more prevalent, and all of this costs money. So that's what's happening throughout the United States. If you Google it, you'll see that you're not that unusual. So what you have here is a problem that's been noted elsewhere. I will say that now you're at a position, I understand, where you'll have to make a decision whether you're going to continue with this department. If so, my strong suggestion would be that you need to get a quality police chief in here and dedicate more resources and personnel. It is very, very hard to have a department of less than 15 sworn officers to be able to work well in law enforcement, because law enforcement is complicated. The officers are expected to know Fourth Amendment, First Amendment. There is a lot law enforcement officers have to know. The consistent training is required every year. If you were to eliminate the department, I guess you have two other options, and one of them is to continue with the sheriff, no contract, continue with the sheriff with contract. Yeah, I hope this has been helpful to you as you make this decision. I'm impressed that you're taking a leadership role to deal with this. Again, this isn't a situation you created. You inherited it. It's driven a lot by the size of your community and the complexities that we now see in law enforcement that are getting more and more complex every day, and have over the last 30 years that I've observed. So thank you for the opportunity to be with you. And if you have any questions, I'd be delighted to answer them.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions of Susan? At this time, before we get started, I mean, we can go into discussion, but.
I do have questions.
Okay.
Right. Hi, are you there?
Hello?
Susan?
Susan, are you
I'm
there?
here. I hear you.
I'm Commissioner Lisa DeVito, was elected in 2018, but I've been in Crescent City most of my life in one capacity or the other. I have wanted some very specific information about our liability, and I also have some questions for you about our current situation with all of our officers being on leave. I'm so glad you mentioned the Officers' Bill of Rights. My question specifically is, what is the financial magnitude of a city's liability? I know that we have sovereign immunity to cover us, and I know that we have insurance, but I've asked for and not received any information about what our liability is over and above our insurance and sovereign immunity.
So that's driven by your insurance agreement with and I believe you're covered by the Florida League of Cities. I will tell you, sovereign immunity is a complex area. It's good that you ask about that. Sovereign immunity protects the city depending on the claim against the city. Let's say you've got a civil rights claim. There is, in most civil rights claims, excessive force, those types of claims, the liability is unlimited. And that's why it is important to have good insurance that covers the city. Their sovereign immunity comes in different, and I don't want to get lost in the weeds, but in different areas. There's a state sovereign immunity law, but oftentimes cities, and in fact, I think when I've defended you all in the past with an employment claim back in 2009, 2014, around it, you were sued for 1983 claims, the unlimited damage claims. And fortunately, we worked past that just fine.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. What kind of a claim was it? We kind of broke up a little bit for the one in 2000.
There you have it. I hate to go back that far, but this was an employment claim. The first claim I handled for Crescent City was an employment claim. 3 officers sued the city. I defended it for the city. You had some problem officers in that claim. They should have been let go, and I think one of them was. So the city ended up, if I remember correctly, being covered by insurance on that one.
Okay. I'm sorry, just there was, a little breakup on the Zoom, and I didn't hear what you said, like about employment. I am curious. One of the things I wanted to ask is, do you have any experience with one of our neighbors, Willaca, which I think has a very small police force?
I have defended Willaca one time, and it was not in a law enforcement capacity. And I don't know how they exist with one member or one member department. What if he needs to be investigated? So.
Okay, so that was my question about that. And then you mentioned the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights. I have received very little information about how it came to be that all of our officers and our administrative assistant were placed on paid leave. They've been on leave with pay since Friday, December 4th. And I have not heard about any, we hear talk about investigations. We haven't heard of any charges. We don't even know the number or the scope of the investigations. How does the law enforcement officers Bill of Rights address their rights in this situation? Does it apply here?
It does, and under the statutes that I've indicated, you can read it in statute 112.533. What you will find is that the complaint itself is confidential by law. And I would tell you, I think it's confidential to protect the rights of the law enforcement officer. And any information derived from that complaint remains confidential until the investigation ceases. And the procedures give the officer an opportunity to see any evidence that is being applied, any statements. Typically, the officer is the last one questioned, and they have the opportunity to listen to audio statements of questioning. All of the information needs to be on the record. That's why I said that there are trained investigators who need to be qualified to conduct these investigations. And the legislation is driven to protect the officer's rights. So by law, these investigations and the complaint themselves are confidential.
Well, but so, I don't know, we haven't been given to understand that there is a complaint against any of these officers. So, I mean, honestly, I'm still mystified as to what is happening here. Let's see, what's it say?
I don't know that this is this,
No, I'm looking for, on the news release, I think it mentioned the city attorneys have recommended that the city request an immediate independent audit of department training and certification records. Susan, were you one of the attorneys that made that recommendation to our city manager?
I don't remember if I was the one that made the recommendation, but my understanding, I think I've seen some documents that indicate there were some concerns about the records and that an audit was necessary. And for that reason, I think an audit is being conducted. I don't know where, again, that's confidential. I don't know where we are in that process. I'm not conducting the investigation. I'm not qualified to.
And then finally, I just wanted to comment, I appreciate you passing along the opinions of other police chiefs. I don't really agree with your assessment of why we have had turnover. I have looked at the situation kind of from a 60,000 foot level since the second abrupt exit of a police chief. And one thing that occurs to me is, although Mr. Kennedy was an excellent city manager in some ways, one thing he shared with me was he never did an evaluation of Chief Damiano. There was no evaluation of the chief conducted. And the city commission, we were just talking about earlier, in recent history, before Mr. Kennedy left, the city commission never did an evaluation of Mr. Kennedy. You know, I think some responsibility lies with the commission and the city managers. You can't just let a department go off by itself. Wouldn't you think you have to have a reasonable oversight of that department if they report to the city manager?
I think this, if I understand your structure correctly, the department does report to the city manager, or the police chief reports to the city manager. And by the way, you are free to disagree with me. That happens a lot in my business. You are the commissioner, you know the facts that you know, and you are the decision maker. My role here was just to give you some perspective from other communities.
I don't think we need
Okay,
to
well,
grill
she's
her. I
speaking
understand.
as an authority, and
I
she
understand. I
does
understand,
represent us and advise us. Excuse me. So I would like to give her a perspective from someone who has been here on the ground and observed things close. I know that law enforcement is extremely expensive and it is extremely complicated, but also on the ground, we need to have our own attention to detail in managing our department and what we do. But anyway, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any other questions for Susan? Until we move to what we do. Okay.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you very
Please
much.
All right.
Thank you
be
so
on
much.
standby.
All right,
Be on
thank you.
standby.
Thank you, Susan.
At this time, we have, of course, we need to have some discussion. We probably have some folks out there that are wanting to speak. I'm going to leave it really right now up to the commission. Do we want to hear from those people that want to speak and give them their 2 minutes each at this time? Or do we want to have our discussion and then hear from those people?
Why don't we hear them first?
Is everybody in agreement? We'll hear from the residents first.
Yes.
Well, one comment that I have heard from residents is that the commission has not yet had what they consider an adequate discussion, and that it's time for us to talk about what we think. So I'm just sharing that with you.
And I think we will.
We
but
will.
We definitely will. But I just said, right now, I know we've got people and we'd probably like to hear from them first, and then we can have our discussion.
Right.
Is that everybody in agreement?
That's fine.
Okay.
Commissioner DeVito, you're in agreement?
Sure.
Okay. Deb?
What I have right now is a public comment that was actually sent in on January 6th and requested to be read at the next commission meeting, which is tonight. If I may read this email, please. This comes from Elaine Nord Bodar, and it reads, on January 6, 2021, I sent the email which appears below to all commissioners and the city attorney and the administrative secretary. I am resending it now to the newly stipulated email for inclusion in the minutes of the meeting because I want to be sure it is seen and acknowledged. Additionally, I would like to say again, with the climate of unrest and deceit growing in this country, it is imperative that we at least maintain the idea that we have some police presence in the city. Thank you. The email sent on 1/6/2021 reads, I have been in Crescent City since 1982 and live currently at 200 Central Avenue. My business, Curiosity Shop, is currently closed due to COVID-19 to stop the spread. For almost 40 years, I have stayed in the city and tried my best to keep Central Avenue a business district. Now, with all but a few East Central Avenue businesses closed, we have to face the reality that we will no longer have a police presence as well. So it seems the mindset for the town commission is to destroy the little business possibilities we still have and destabilize the area even more by defunding the police department. While living on Central Avenue all these years, when my neighbors or myself have needed police help, calls were usually answered in less than 10 minutes. You expect the public to believe that an underfunded county sheriff's office will be able to answer these calls in the same manner? Never going to happen. While the Putnam County Sheriff's Office is a great organization, they cannot do it all. Realize that you are about to hand over a significant portion of the Crescent City budget to support a county department. Will you maintain oversight on that money? Will you be able to dictate the number of officers on duty? Besides that, where is the proof that any of the police officers are not up to speed on their certifications? There has been long enough time for you to produce the results of your investigations and make it public. The lack of transparency by the commissioners at this point is very suspicious. May you folks have the foresight to realize that your own political persuasions and possible future political goals have nothing to do with the people need and want. People want business growth and safe streets and public places which encourage visitors as well as residents to reside here. Honest folks are going to shy away from a place where there is no police department, while for the dishonest, you are about to create a safe haven. We are on the edge of the county, making it easy for criminals to disappear into the abyss. Don't think the political climate of the country will not spill out to small places like Crescent City. Palatka had its own demonstrations last year, and it can come here too. At least we have a chance of a semblance of law and order if we have a police department on site. No police department is perfect, as we see across the nation, but we at least need to have one. It is a shame that only Commissioner DeVito came out to the rally to save our police department on Saturday, along with the former mayor and another former candidate for city commission. While I was too far away to attend, in my mind, this shows our newly elected officials have an agenda of their own and are not hesitating to initiate it quite quickly, I might add. The national political agenda is coming home to roost. Sincerely, Elaine Nord Bodar. That concludes this email. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anybody, Deb, that is raising their hand to speak?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Okay. So let's open this up for discussion. Michael, do you want to give us kind of an update where we are now?
Okay, so we talk about transparency, we talk about where we are, why we're here. It is a simple matter of, on one hand, it's a simple matter of certifications, okay? I have a job to do to make sure that that department is running the way it is, and when the chief left, and I've said this before, when the chief left, I needed to find out what the status of the department is. So I asked the question where the department is. I had the sheriff's office come in, do an evaluation, and they evaluated on criteria. We've all been given that, what their report was on. And one of them was certification. Now, the basis of any law enforcement agency, their people to actively do law enforcement depends on that base certification and then the other certifications. When that comes into question, when, as you can see in the report, they talk about officer training. There's no training file, there's no standardized training program. So if someone was to come in and if it was as easy as finding out what the certifications were, that was 3 months ago. And in all that time, I have not been given anything as far as what their certifications are. If it was as easy, they should be able to go in, pull a book off a shelf and say, here we go. But I've never been presented with that. We went months trying to figure this out, trying to get response. We've elicited it, we've asked for it. We've had multiple people involved in it. Everybody who's told me that they're certified in anything, whether it's a mortgage broker license or law enforcement, knows where their certification is, and they should be able to prove to us. I've not gotten that response. So one of the issues, and it came up with the sheriff, was, well, if you can't supply the certification you know where it is for your officers, I can't ask them to respond on our behalf. That's a big question. I've asked, I've come and said, okay, directed and said, I need you to show me where the certifications are. And if it's as easy as showing me, I'd expected an immediate response. Even, I'll get it to you. We had somebody coordinating it. That person was the person who reported it to the state. No response.
No response from whom?
From anybody. No response saying, here's our certifications. We're all up to date.
Wait, who reported what to the state?
So all our officers gave their certifications. We had an admin that was at the PD who would report that, and they have a system when they go in and they put it in the computer and they report it to the state. Everyone wants to simplify this item and say, well, it's easy. Everybody was up, their certifications were up. I said, okay, just show me them. Give them to me. Nothing. So when we talked and we decided, legal opinion was that right now, if we don't know where their certifications stand, we need to just put them on administrative leave and get to the bottom of it. We elicited the sheriff's office to go through FDLE to find out where we're at with that. We solicited FDLE, we spoke with FDLE. They're a big bureaucratic system. I don't control them. I've asked them. We've had the city attorney call them and say, hey, can we kind of expedite this? They kind of came on their time frame. They came and evaluated. They had some issues. They don't share them. They said, well, we're going to look at our records. When we get that, we will give you an official response back. That's where we are right now. So I think that's pretty clear on where we are and how we get here.
Well, I'm not clear on this at all. Because I'm looking at a memo from the sheriff's office that was dated October 6th.
Correct. And that's the date. That is the memo that
Okay.
we have talked about and we have given.
Okay, no, you didn't let me finish. What I don't understand about this, and I am very concerned that we as a commission are in the wrong posture here. When the news release went out on December 4th, it was very difficult to understand. That was the time that we should have had a commission meeting so that we could have had explained to us in person what were the circumstances behind the officers and the administrative assistant all being suspended. That was December 4th. We had a search for a police chief underway at that time. But that would have been time for us to have a meeting and all be in and discuss this together. It concerns me greatly that there is a document dated October 6th from the Putnam County Sheriff's Office that has been relayed to us verbally in several different forms. But we are just now in January getting a copy of this document. this is the kind of information that should be submitted in writing to the commission so that we have an opportunity to ask questions about it. We could have asked questions about this at the October meeting and the November meeting. The press release, which I keep looking at this, nowhere in the press release, nowhere in the sheriff's memo, which a member of the public actually gave me last week. And I'm sorry, but the commission should be getting documents like this to me in real time.
Commissioner, we had those documents. We actually had conversations, the city attorney and I, with each one of you to discuss this item and
Okay.
exactly what we were doing. And at that point, that was the time that we had given everybody the chance to talk about it and say, everybody was on board. There was no objection from you at the time that we were going to put them on administrative leave.
No.
Yes, it was. And the city attorney can back me up on that. He had that conversation. We all had that conversation with you and we talked about this.
Okay, so Commissioner DeVito, you did not meet with him at all on December 4th?
We called you. We had a conference call with and talked to you about
Did
it.
you have a conference call with him on December 4th?
I wasn't asked my permission to put the officers on administrative leave. I didn't agree to anything. And the commission cannot separately and individually agree to anything. What I'm saying is that on October 6th, we should have all had this letter. We did not.
All of that information was given out. A lot of this stuff
Okay, we
also
did
has
not.
to do with,
We did not have a copy of this letter.
Okay.
We did not have the substance of it. That is what I'm saying. We should have had a copy of this letter. We should not have had to hear about it. We should have had a copy of it. It is our job to, we are supposed to receive all the information that is available. And my concern about the verbal briefings is, separate verbal briefings, is there should be written reports. We should get appropriate documents. I think that it's very difficult for me to know and for you to know exactly what you have said to me and to each and every commissioner. I mean, we get very few written reports, but in this particular situation, I would like to see a written report from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. I have talked to law enforcement officers who are, very experienced in their field, and they don't understand why the FDLE cannot provide the training records. It's my understanding the FDLE has representatives in all the different areas that regularly go to the departments and make sure that the training records are complete, and they let them know if it isn't.
okay, so my understanding, FDLE came in and I talked to them, and this is what started, my first conversation was FDLE and how this kind of works. They do audits, but they don't come in all the time and do an audit of everybody. They might come in and say, I want these two officers, I need to see their records. And there's multiple criteria. You have a checklist that they go through on all of these things. When I wasn't provided that, there's several steps in this. They get their certifications, the officers do. We have one person who uploads them to the FDLE system. That's what the FDLE sees that, put it in their records. They will come in and audit and make sure that that was done. They don't go in and said it was done inaccurately. They just go, okay, this person said that they took 4 hours of whatever it is. That is part of their certification. There's retraining. There's, in the case of that, there's tasers, and there's just their 40-hour, every 4 years they have to be certified or get retraining. So that's what they do. That was our conversation. So they came in and looked at it and looked at the records, and then they're going to check it against what they've been told
Okay, and when exactly were they here?
to come and do the audit.
Yes,
They came last week and did the audit.
okay. They
But
came,
all this personnel stuff also is part of what we do as far as if I was to suspend an officer or to suspend anybody internally, unless the department head, that's something that we do. Unfortunately, it took almost all the department. Code enforcement was not affected by that. Because this had to do with the certifications, each person's certification and the person who was handling the records for that. Now, we went in there and looked at they went in there and looked at the records, and it was clearly stated in that record. And it's something I said, we don't have a record right here. There is no separate training file, and there appears to be no standardized training program. That's a fact.
Okay.
So given that fact, I have to do something, I have to figure out and get law enforcement personnel and their expertise to come in and, okay, are we good on their certifications? I don't know.
Okay, I understand that, and you've said that quite a few times.
Commissioner DeVito,
Right.
I do want to say this, though. I want to fall back on our charter.
Yeah.
Okay? We do not have, that is not in our, that's Michael's responsibility as far as dealing with the employees. So.
Okay, I'm not quarreling with his.
Okay, well, that's what
with
it,
his
that's what
authority
it, that's
to-
what it sounds like.
No, not at all.
Him
And
to
it-
bring you,
No, I'm not quarreling with his authority to deal with the employees. What concerns me is that when I was told the officers were on leave, I was told that there is an investigation. I was led to believe, or the wording was such that I had no idea that an investigation had been requested, but that we had no idea when it would occur. The information that I got was that was an ongoing investigation. So if I don't have the correct information, I can't make
okay.
a correct decision based on that. I would never have made a motion at the December meeting to suspend the police chief search if I had known that this investigation hadn't even begun. That is what I'm saying, that I
think we
did
were
not
all,
have-
I was made very aware that it was an audit and we were waiting on FDLE and our hands were tied in that we were not to speak of it for the protection of everybody and the audit, and that if something was to lead to an investigation, but that all of this was, our hands were tied because we were waiting on FDLE. And of course, we were running through the holidays. That was my understanding.
And the other understanding that I had was that because the certifications and some of the things weren't kind of in place that or appeared not to be in place, could really be a liability against the city. If something happened along
Okay,
while things were going on and our officers were not accredited, not certified, and something bad happened, the liability was quite high.
well,
So
okay,
these things had to happen. You know, we need to figure out, are they certified? It doesn't look as though they are. But let's say if they are, fine. I don't understand, Lisa, why you're so upset with the process that we're going through to try and get our answers so that we can make an honest,
Decision.
an honest
And
decision.
let me give an example.
And I feel like you're being like a prosecutor right now, and we don't need that.
no, because it's
What?
important. I completely understand that we have to assure certification. My concern is that I feel like I have gotten a very different version, or the key points have been different. And as well, I have talked off the record with some people involved in the investigations, and the story has shifted. At first, I was told that.
Are they involved with the investigation, Lisa? Do they understand the investigation? Are these people that are doing the investigation?
They're
Or
not,
are there people just kind of saying, well, this is what could happen with the investigation?
no.
This might be happening here or happening
Okay,
there.
could I please finish?
Yes.
Well, you may.
Okay. Thank you. I have been told by people who would know and were in a position to know, I don't want to reveal private conversations, but people who have said one thing in private and then different things later in public, that the certifications could have been corrected. And as well, okay, we're in the wrong
Maybe
spot.
there's more to do with the certification than just getting certified. Maybe there's something else that's attached
Okay.
here that we don't
Okay,
know.
but
I'm aware of that.
Okay.
I'm well aware of that. We don't know, but I'm concerned that commissioners get the best information possible at the earliest time possible. And that means that documents such as these should come to us early on. There should not be equivocation. Written reports are good, but something that is causing a lot of disruption I think, in this community is that somehow in the middle of to resolve our officers' certifications, we all of a sudden have a proposal from the sheriff that, and this is something that I think we should talk about later in the agenda. I do not think it was a wise idea without bringing it to the commission to decide whether or not to extend an invitation to hear that proposal, that in the middle of our officers being on leave and being investigated, we then have the proposal from the sheriff in the middle of our very first full meeting with Mayor Myers and Commissioner Burton. And I mean, that's the kind of thing we should decide, when are we going to hear this information? And we really should first be addressing, we never really got to discuss at that meeting and to adequately let the public ask questions. Everything got shifted toward looking at the sheriff's proposal. We really didn't get a chance to examine what had happened with the police department, and the public didn't get to look at it. And I think that that has caused a tremendous amount of disruption and distrust in a large part of the public. And of course, I've heard from people on all sides, but we kind of skipped over what to do about the police department and the police chief, and then we jumped into the sheriff.
Well, I think it was my understanding that, and we laid that out, Michael laid that out, that we were waiting on FDLE at that time. And that's where we were. And we knew that we were not supposed to discuss this issue for the protection of the audit and any future investigations and protection of our officers. That was my understanding. Do any of the other commissioners have anything to say on that? Ms. West?
Exactly right.
Yeah, that was my understanding too.
That was my understanding
And
as well.
I think that what got the community in the uproar.
Yeah.
For false information is out there. Instead of, we waiting as commissioners before we go, talking it around to people. There's certain things you just can't do, just like the attorney just told you. You can't discuss people's private record out in the public. You're wrong. And we shouldn't, as commissioners, I'm not gonna dig into nobody and discuss none of the officers, bacteria, the criteria with nobody.
Exactly.
That's wrong.
No.
Of course
And
not.
I think we can go too far.
And you know, there's another problem that kind of started to occur, Lisa, and maybe you weren't being copied on it, but I certainly was. But there was we have a small group of people, okay, that basically are attacking me on social media. And for what reason?
That's me too.
Me
Well,
too.
what are they trying to accomplish by doing that?
All right, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. And let me just try to be clear. I think that a lot of the distrust and the attacks, and we're not the only ones being attacked. I'm being attacked as well. I've received very vitriolic communications of all kinds. But you have to, part of our responsibility as a commission is to do a good job of communicating with the public and looking at it objectively, which is what I tried to do. When we simultaneously have our police department suspended and we immediately move into a presentation by the sheriff, I think it is fair to say that members of the public who are very supportive of and attached to our police department, and I don't think it is just one small group, I think it is fair to say that they get a feeling that things are being engineered and that we're jumping from one situation into another without proper consideration. So to me, I think having these events happen so close together, that was a mistake on our part, and it made people very suspicious, and we have to be very careful about that. I will say that the one consistent communication I get is that the members of the public who want to keep the Crescent City Police Department don't feel that we're being entirely straightforward with them. And the other issue that I think some people are right about is that we should resolve one issue before we jump into the consideration of the other. I think we're mixing apples and oranges here, and it's turned into a popularity contest between the sheriff and the police department. Any decision that we make should be based on the facts, not emotion, not a popularity contest. And it distresses me very much that people regarding it as a police department versus the sheriff has resulted in some, unfortunately, ugly comments about the sheriff, and it's resulted in some ugly comments about the police department. And I think part of this is because we moved too fast in bringing the sheriff into the discussion.
I don't believe it was ever anyone's intention to try to pull a fast one on anybody. I think what we were faced with at that time, Lisa, is if in fact we needed a new police chief, and if you'll recall, Michael had 5 applicants, 3 of them really were qualified as far as leadership and supervisory experience. And then they started to drop off, and then he was down to 1 applicant. And so that's really where that discussion was coming from. And it's like, we need to look at all of our options now. And before we bring another police chief in, and we had that discussion, before we bring another police chief in fairness to that police chief, we need to look at our options. And is going to the sheriff's department a better option for the city? And that's why the sheriff's office was brought in. And we had that discussion at that meeting, that in fairness, what we did in fairness to bringing in another police chief.
That was my motion.
I know.
To suspend the search.
Based on the discussion.
Right, but what I am saying is I had no idea at that time that there was not an investigation underway. I had no idea.
You didn't.
Well, we did, we seem to know that.
That it was not, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I had no idea that the investigation had not begun. I thought we had an investigation underway. I would have made a different motion, and I have one tonight. All I am saying is, I think.
What's the difference, Commissioner? Underway or begun? I'm trying to
No.
understand that.
Saying it was my understanding that the investigation had already started. I did not know that we were in the position of waiting for FDLE to come in. So
I made that very clear. I made it very
Yeah,
clear.
sure did.
Mike made it very clear at that meeting that we were waiting on FDLE.
Right.
We made it very clear that FDLE would be coming in to do the audit. Let's get off the investigation.
Right.
It's an audit.
the audit,
That he was coming in to do the audit. I made it extremely clear. Michael made it very clear. And we even talked about, it's not our frame, it's their time frame.
I think that was at the December 17th workshop, not the
I
regular
believe it was.
commission. But anyway, be that as it may, what we have now is a situation where members of the public are some rather distrustful. And I think that essentially, I just think we have gone too fast. Commissioner Banks said at the December meeting, and in retrospect, I agree with him that we need to slow all this down because we've let these issues be mixed together that to me really should be separated.
Okay, well, at this point in time, let's talk a little bit about what happens if we do that. Michael, if we say FDLE comes back, 3 of our officers are certified. Okay, what happens? What do we do? 2 of them aren't. Or let's say some of our officers are under investigation. What happens?
Well, it's a simple matter of numbers.
Okay.
If you only have 3 active officers, and we have no city, we have no police chief. It's one of the reasons why we are where we are. If you don't have direct oversight, we can't really effectively run an department. I mean, it's just a matter of fact.
Okay.
And that's where these conversations came, because everybody's been involved in these conversations saying, what if they're not certified? What are we going to do? We need to have our options ready. We can't just say, okay, now we're at a point where it's too late. Now we're going to start the discussion. I think that's where everybody was at, and everybody understood.
Now, and something else we need to all be cognizant of is the fact that not we, Michael and Jay, worked with the sheriff's office to agree that if these officers had to go out on administrative leave with pay, that we would not go without coverage, and that's 24-hour coverage, so that there would not be, we wouldn't skip a beat here in town as far as our citizens feeling that they were covered. Now, in doing so, the sheriff, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, Colonel Wells might be out there somewhere, in virtual world. But the sheriff took this upon himself, and that he's doing this with his overtime pay. And so all of these officers that you see driving around our town, it's coming out of his overtime budget and not our budget. We're not reimbursing him for anything. And at some point in time, he's gonna have to pull out and stand up. And we're still waiting on FDLE, and we could be in a situation where we are just like every other rural community that has to rely and get into that queue and not have that added protection that our citizens want and deserve.
Right, because we're also paying our officers while they're on leave.
Exactly.
Right.
So as a way to try to protect those officers.
But now, if you were a newcomer and you're looking for a place to buy a home, you come into Crescent City and see all them signs say, I just remember, I should have wrote it down on the sticker.
Save our police.
Save our police department. You ain't gonna buy no house. To my land, them people trying to get rid of the police department. Not let them know that we got coverage. The town is covered. While we're in the process trying to work things out.
I want to jump in. I want to take a few minutes.
Commissioner West, you have the floor.
We have had historically problems with police chiefs.
36 years.
Yes, 36 years, right? 27 for me that I remember, but
Oh,
I've lived here all my life as you have. And do you remember Sharp Guthrie?
yes, I do.
Okay, he was one of our last tough police chiefs, okay? And he ran it with two other little guys. The point is not the officers that are a problem or not a problem. It's our chief. And Michael can't be the chief. He might be head of the police department or they answer to him, but he can't be the chief. This is what I have a list. Just give me a minute, please. You've heard it.
You have the floor.
Our quality of officers. A larger and better established group attracts more serious and better educated officers.
Got that.
Yes, we know that. They train here, they take off. Same thing with teachers. They get their education, their whatever. They come here for a couple of years and then to Volusia County where the beach is. We've had this over and over. Our sheriff manager for ensuring officers are operating with accreditation standards and nationally recognized best practices. He would make sure that's there. Sheriff's, humane resource section for best background investigations to ensure only most qualified personnel is hired. He has told us he will take applications from our guys. If he doesn't want them, do we? And I think he'll probably take them all. I might be wrong, but as far as insurance, a smaller group can demand less for more money. You know that. As part of a larger group, their insurance and their family's insurance could be better protection and less resources. They have a larger network of systems to monitor, investigate, and work on activities. They have a daily team with Captain Rose, and if I have his rank wrong, I apologize, but I don't know what he looks like, what he does. He conducts every morning a review of every offense with new evidence, who's working, what next, and he does not drop an issue until it is solved. This is one reason the Sheriff's Department has such a good clearance record. Since November 1st, and this was in one of our reports, the CCPD has a 13% clearance record. The sheriff, 35%. National is 22%. I am not saying our officers are insufficient. What I am saying is they don't have the background and all the things in place the sheriff department has to back them up. For our officers, there's a larger network of services to assist them doing their work. And that's why the 13 instead of the 35%. Better equipment and more up to date. More opportunity for movement within the group. For example, if they want to train to be a detective, victims advocate, crime scene investigator, or background investigator. That could happen. We have no way for an officer who is motivated to go anywhere. Let me give you an example. We have 2 officers that are completing their 4-year degree. One is very close. He speaks Spanish. Of course, now you know who it is. How long will he stay with us? He will have experience, a 4-year degree. He speaks Spanish. He will be gobbled up by somebody near us, a larger community with better pay. We have another officer that Michael told me the other day who took 6 courses this semester. I went, what? 6 courses? Well, let me tell you, 5 courses, as you know, is regular for a student in a semester on campus. But this officer is doing a full-time job and he did very well with it. He'll be gone someday soon too. Officers are offered payment reimbursement for their college classes, and they are offered a career development program, better retirement for the Florida retirement system. I've wanted our officers on that for years, but we never have been able to afford it. If they come under the sheriff, they will have that. That'll be an incentive. Better overall training, more efficient record keeping, evidence keeping, and overall records. It's not that our secretary didn't do a good job over there. It was lack of training. And she's been there a few years. And it's been mentioned twice what a job she does, but she needs more training to keep things in better order. For our citizens, we have a dedicated officers with the CC logo are on the cars. They will be here. We may very probably, if we go with the sheriff's department, have our same officers who are deputies now, who are in the city doing the same job. The sheriff's contract makes it better for all sheriff staffing resources. Research shows that few contracted sheriff communities have turned away from this sort of contract with a sheriff. Community service officers with an officer for neighborhood watch and other community programs, and also a victims advocate program. All right, here we go. These are a few of the reasons for which I'm going to make the motion. One, that is the city. We ask the city attorney to draft an appropriate ordinance to end our police department. I'm not finished yet. And our second motion, I then move with a second motion to have our city manager and city attorney to negotiate with the Putnam County Sheriff's Department to provide a contract, a law enforcement contract to the city of Crescent City for coverage.
I second that motion.
There's 2 of them now.
Let's start with our first one. Let's start with our first motion.
Do you want me to?
Yes, if you'll read the first
I
motion.
will. To request that our city manager draft an appropriate ordinance to end our police department.
I think that with Jay, you want to bring Jay into this discussion before we go forward with the motion?
He's on, I think.
Yeah.
I'm on. I'm on. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can
Yes.
you,
Do you want Jay to draft that, or do you want Michael to draft the ordinance?
Which would be better, Jay or Michael?
Jay will draft.
Jay.
Your
Jay.
attorney.
Okay. And you heard that, Jay?
yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, just fine.
Okay. fine.
You want to call for the question then?
Yeah,
Or do you, is there more discussion?
Yes,
Call for the question?
we have, hold on just a second. So that's our first motion. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
You got it.
Got it,
Okay. And do we have discussion? I have some discussion.
all right.
Yes, I got some question.
I have discussion.
Okay.
Well,
Commissioner Banks, do you want to start?
Yes, Honor, Mayor, I have sat down and I have went around, and believe me, you're never gonna get everybody to say dismantle. You ain't gonna get everybody to say, keep it.
Right.
But I did notes and I wrote it down. And due to the COVID, I couldn't go to some people's house, but I would ride early in the morning around town. I catch them in the yard walking the dogs, and I asked them. And the majority, the people told me, this is not Mayberry anymore. We need to bring our police department up to date with modern technology, and so we could have the full-fledged leadership that we need in our police department. And I don't know, we read at our cap now, and we can't afford to do it unless we come up with a special assessment or raise the tax, and we read at the cap now.
We just don't have the resources.
And look, I don't got criticized on the emails and everywhere else, but I got brochures. I ain't worried about that. But what bothers me, the people don't know the facts, what we up against. I know they elected us, but they don't know the facts, what we up against. We up against, and we got this opportunity. Now, I don't think the sheriff licking out his tongue and biting to get this police department. But we really need, because we got so many other things, and I got the list. I might want to talk about them now. We need to get into it. We need to get through with this and move forward. We really do. We need to get through with the chief. We got so many other things that we need to get on. The CRA, we need to get and appoint somebody for that. And our speaker, she wanted to retire. But she made a vow that she will stay here until we find somebody. But we.
No, not till we find somebody. I'm saying right now.
Oh,
Yeah, we gotta quit reminding her to. I've already spoken to one commissioner tonight and said, please quit reminding her.
But we got the other city business to handle, which get behind, we really need to get on it. I'm concerned about it. It fall into the wayside. Okay? We got the code enforcement. We got an ordinance or something, or we need to make up our mind what we're gonna do on that. But it just been police for the last almost 3 months now.
Yeah. Yep.
It's time for us to make a decision, because the other part of town got to operate too.
I agree.
I have, I agree. In talking this through and thinking it through, there is also that human element there. And with this motion, and Michael, please tell me whether or not we can do this or not, that if there's any way that if we do away with our police department, that we do take care of those officers and that we provide them with, and this is something for the commission to talk about, that if we're going to do that, that we give them severance pay. And how much, because we have a human element here too.
Absolutely.
And we made a commitment. They
thrown
should
to
not
the
be,
wolves,
they should
no.
not be punished because of all of this. And so
This is not their fault.
No, it's not.
this is not. So I mean, that's something that I think we need to discuss, and I don't know if we want, I think maybe possibly you would want to incorporate that into
Emotion.
the motion.
Can't do that.
But not Mayor, the sheriff said he will put the first priority on his list to hire.
Yes, he did.
They do.
And,
They do
and,
do
and
that.
I think that need to go in our contract when Mr. Asbury draw it up. He said that, the sheriff said that.
Twice.
Can you say that again?
The
Commissioner
sheriff
Banks?
said he would put our officers first priority if they qualify.
Yes.
If they qualify in as hiring, for
That's
hiring,
right,
they would get first
first
priority.
priority before he would hire anybody. And he also said he would put some kind of mark on the car.
Yes,
So
that he would
logo on the
distinguish,
cars.
That's
he would
right.
distinguish the car.
And keep it down here on this end. They have the ability to work on this end if that's what they wish.
Well, let's put that in her, figure that out with her second motion is something that some of the criterion that you would like to see Michael and Jay work out. But right now, we've got to, I do believe, I mean, in my heart, I feel that, you know, we have an obligation to our officers. They've served this community well. They're very well thought of in this community, and
They're
If
well
there's some-
loved in our community.
they are.
They
And
are.
and this has nothing to do with,
With them.
and I hope everybody can understand that, but this has nothing to do with the officers themselves. This has to do with,
Unfortunately, it's called city business.
it's
and
city
yes,
business,
city
and it's
business.
making these hard decisions, and that's why we're here. And we're getting a lot of criticism from a lot of people.
Yes.
But, you know, it's okay because that's why we're here. And I don't have a hidden agenda. This is not anything that I planned on doing my first couple of meetings. But it's there. And Michael has said this numerous times, and that regardless of the outcome, you have to do the right thing. And that's what, with starting this audit, he had to do what he had to do. So I think so how do we want to do this? Does somebody want to, yes, Commissioner DeVito?
I have some issues that I would like to bring up that I've
Okay,
mentioned before and we have not talked about. The December 4th meeting, it was my suggestion. Actually, we voted on it and it hasn't been done. There was a motion and a second and we voted on it. And I don't see a document. The motion and the second was in the December meeting that the city get with the sheriff and come up with a proposed contract that we could review. I don't see that document. Also, we have an obligation. This is a business decision, and we have the fiscal responsibility of the city as our responsibility. I have always been interested in hearing from the sheriff. I have been since 2015. And I've had some very productive discussions with Colonel and the sheriff. But the information that I asked for in the December meeting that we do not have is specific liability figures as well. I mean, what are our liabilities as well? I think we need to look before we leap. We need to have before us the figures. If it does not work out with the sheriff, what would it cost to restart our department? I asked for that in December. And as well, another figure that we need is a cost to maintain the pension plan if we close our department. We need that figure. Also, I went over the sheriff's department in detail with Colonel Wells, the sheriff's proposal in detail with Colonel Wells. Really, the sheriff's proposal that we saw is really a PowerPoint. It hits the high points. The reason I asked for a draft contract is so that we could review where the rubber meets the road and go over those details. I think until we have these figures, we don't have everything before us that we should to make such a decision, eliminate our police department. Another thing, I mean, we are going now, we have talked to the public, heard from this attorney who has given us advice that she has gleaned from other departments that I don't think we're in the same situation. Not sure that it is the correct thing to do to have the motion to eliminate our police department before we see an actual proposed contract and we have these dollar figures. I think that, I know when, and Commissioner Banks and Commissioner West, you'll know the most about this. But my recollection is in about 2015, when Mayor Santa had this idea, and it did very far, that he had already worked out a detailed proposal with the sheriff, with the finances. There are a lot of details that are just not even touched in the sheriff's PowerPoint. So I think we need to see a contract, and we need to have what will it cost us to maintain that pension plan, because I believe the finance director said that's our perpetual problem, and what is the restart cost? And as well, to me, before we start acting a motion to eliminate the police department irrevocably, which is what it will be, I think it would be wise to hear from Pearson and some small city, one or two, that have done this, and let them tell us what the process. I am somewhat uncomfortable with us making up our own process without consulting a city that is already through it.
Okay.
And I think that's very important to do.
I spoke to Pearson today. I spoke to both Carmen and Councilman Greenland today about this. So I'll be happy to share that when you're ready.
Okay, but I mean, how did they, what process did they follow?
Well, they did this over 20 years ago.
Okay,
They did this over 20 years ago. And right now, for 2 sheriffs, 2 deputies, and they work 12 hours every day, 360 days a year. It's costing them, they're budgeted a little over $300,000 for 2 deputies. They said both of them very complimentary and said that it has worked out extremely well in their opinion. Carmen spoke to the problem with administration and how much paperwork and administrative work is involved in a small, and she's been doing this for 26 or 28 years. And she said that in a small community like ours, like theirs, the administrative burden that's placed on these small agencies, she said, you know, when they have to do the reports, they've got to do everything, when really, you really want them out there, you know, working.
but Mayor, that's my question, because I understand that, and that's why I wanted to know more about a proposal from the sheriff. I understand that completely. It's like having a small business, you have to do everything, and it is very burdensome. What I am asking about specifically is, if we are going to do this, we have to have all the facts and figures, and there's some that I just mentioned that we don't have. But when a city does this, what is the process that they follow? Not whether they want to do it or not, but what is the process?
Okay.
Should we really be drafting the ordinance before we actually see a contract that we know we can afford, and that we know what I will call the remainder costs?
Okay.
What is the?
Okay, let's,
Can I speak? for-
yes, Commissioner Burton.
It seems to me that Commissioner West is asking Jay to bring
Draft down
ordinance-
more of an ordinance.
That has to be
That
heard.
isn't gonna
ordinance,
happen.
and also start writing a contract. It doesn't mean that we're voting
No,
to specifically,
it has to be
disband the
read
police force.
twice. So we're
Exactly.
into March, and we've been going on this since October.
and this is the first step.
Yes,
sounds like
this
the
is
ordinance
just the
will be
first
written.
step, is right.
We can look at that ordinance, and then the contract also will be, that's the next step, is that it? I might be ahead of myself.
Contract
But-
negotiations with the
Right,
sheriff's
we'll do the
department.
next step.
It might be,
We need to start. We can't just wait and get all these numbers in and numbers in and numbers in and wait. We've waited a long time
Okay,
right now.
with,
So I think to write the ordinance, that's the first motion.
That's the first one.
First one,
Okay.
right.
I think we should,
Well, the first one is, to eliminate the police department, but that doesn't mean it happens.
that's
Yeah.
correct.
We have to have 2 meetings and approve it.
Mhm.
And that's, like I say, February, March. Or And then the second one is to make a contract with the sheriff. And anything we can think of, we need to be talked to, give it to Michael or Jay,
Yes,
because they're going to be
They're-
doing the negotiating with the sheriff to write this contract. He's given us a lot of things in here as far as money and whatever, but that's not definite.
No.
It's just a proposal. But we need to get started on this.
yes, you do.
Cause I done went through this here, and I highlighted a whole lot of
I agree with you,
stuff
yeah.
that we really, but we got time. It ain't like we just gonna throw it away. It might be
Yes.
4 months.
That's right. We
Okay, but-
have time to,
Mayor, I would like to make a point specifically to what Commissioner West said and about the order that we do this in. Every contract is a negotiation. Our responsibility is to negotiate on behalf of the city and get the best deal that we can.
Mhm.
We need to keep in mind, and this is the reason I think, I'm not sure, and that is why I would like to inquire of how other cities have done this. But it seems to me that you will not be in a very advantageous place with the sheriff in the contract negotiations if you are already eliminating your police department. We have
we are
already,
not voting to eliminate
We're
the
not
police
voting
department.
to eliminate.
okay, let's be clear on this. If we have an ordinance that is drafted and is having first reading or whatever, it's not really how you put yourself in a good position for a negotiation. Seems to me the first thing to do would be to ask the sheriff and Michael to come up with a contract and let us look at that and see if indeed it is acceptable. If you are already in the process of eliminating your police department, and I know there are several commissioners here that have been in business or married to people in business, I think the first step is to draft the contract. That's why, and I asked for that and we made a motion
Yeah, you did.
in December. That is what we want to see, is the contract, because it's where the rubber meets the road. And you have to look at the dollars. And your negotiating position, and this is in public, your negotiating position is not so great if you're already mixing in the final step to eliminate the police department. That's just the reality of the situation.
I understand that, and I'm gonna throw something in there that, based on what comes back from that audit, we might not be in a very good position either. So
Well,
we have to
that's
be
true,
really
but-
careful, we have to be
Yeah.
really careful that at some point the sheriff doesn't say, you know, you're gonna go, you'll have your own coverage that everybody else does, so that's something that we all need to consider here. Debbie, do you have, I mean, can you provide those figures? I know you've been working on those. Can you,
Which figures?
the figures that she's asking about?
Well, the figures we
pension?
asked for, she has to come in and look at liability stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's happened.
Yeah,
The other thing is,
But
we
for
were
the
working on a
pension.
contract, but that's all part of this whole
Yes.
process.
and I do know that there is a contract that they've been working,
yeah.
Yeah.
working on, but we have not viewed it yet.
Well, let's do this. Then I think that would put the card just right. Let's rescind our motion,
The first one.
the first one. And then let the contract, just, Commissioner Vito said, let the attorney, the sheriff attorney, or whoever they want, and Michael get together and work out
All right, let me throw this out there.
the do's and don'ts.
It would be okay, I'm thinking, go ahead and have our city attorney draft an ordinance to end the police department, because we still have more readings with it, and that has to happen before the sheriff can take over. If we do this other one also, and we're asking for a contract that includes specific officers in Crescent City, our own vehicles with their logo. Our officers are given Crescent City priority, and let's see, salaries and uniforms and equipment and whatever, all of that's gonna have to be looked at. But by the time we get to the spot of actually reading it twice,
Yes.
we're talking 2 months ahead.
Mhm.
We will have time to do all that. If we can, and we might need to have not taken that first one off, so we can drop it and let officers go with the sheriff's department.
What if you do this, is that you take that and you blend that in with your first motion,
I
that
can do
before the
that.
reading of the first ordinance, that we have to review the contract. We have to go
right.
over the
All
contract.
right, let's see if I can do that right.
Let's
Wait a
talk.
second, Commissioner. Yeah. Jay, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Can you give us some input here as to your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are that we're throwing an extra into the equation. The process, how it would work. If we did not have a police department, the sheriff's department would provide law enforcement to the city of Crescent City. He would have to, by law. The extra issue we're throwing in the mix is we have always in this discussion, the citizens and the commission appear to want stepped up, specific, assigned coverage to Crescent City that Georgetown and Fruitland and other unincorporated areas do not have. But
Right.
if we did not have a police department, the sheriff would provide law enforcement. It is the city of Crescent City that is asking the sheriff about the possibility of stepped up coverage or specialty coverage. And that is the cost factor involved. So that is the part that would be negotiated. But we would have law enforcement with or without our department.
What we're also trying to
Now,
cover is
to
not to drop off, hold on just a minute.
Hold on a second,
Jay.
Jay. Hold on.
I think what we're trying to do is not to drop our officers' salaries in between the middle of this, and what do they do? Because they haven't made big salaries and they do not have big savings to back them up. And I think what we're trying to do right here is, if we are going to go with the sheriff's department, we're 2 months or 3 months away, or 6 weeks, whatever. We want them covered in between the time that they're here and they're accepted as a sheriff's deputy and under that salary. Do you see what I'm talking about?
that I do not anticipate that being a part of an ordinance, but certainly the commission can resolve or institute any severance package that the commission deems advisable to help these folks.
And
Now,
that would be part of the-
I wanted, if I could, I just wanted to speak to Commissioner DeVito's concerns about other communities. I took it upon myself because I'm interested also in how this might work, how it may affect us as a city, and how it's affected other cities. And I spoke at length with the city manager of Waldo, because when they disbanded their police force in 2014, they had 5 officers, and there was a uprising of some of the citizens, but the city manager, she was there then. She's been there a good while, and she says she survived. They elected not to pay for specialty treatment. They simply disbanded and elected to call in the sheriff and tell him to start law enforcement within the city limits. And she tells me that it's worked. Yeah, it's worked. And now I'm not vouching for the workability. I don't think any of us can see 4 or 5 years down the road. But one thing that concerns me right now about our potential moves is, without even talking about any potential investigations or even getting into that subject, if for any reason COVID or resignations or for whatever, if our department decreases for any reason, I personally do not see how Michael can field a police force. We have no chief. I don't, my understanding of our enforcement abilities through listening to past chiefs was you cannot do it with 3 people. Not provide around the clock, coverage. So I'm not trying to throw a scare tactic or anything in. It's just realistic. If for any reason we drop below the number we have now, I don't think it would be possible. You could ask an expert in the law enforcement, but I think they would tell you, you would have more problems on your hands than you would even want to consider if Michael gets faced with a situation where he's talking 3 or 4 officers. And so I'm not hurrying it along. It's just, I think we're going to have to make a decision. And keep in mind, and I like Sheriff Deloach. I like his people. But keep this in mind. We're not totally out of the law enforcement business, no matter what you folks do. Because by law, Sheriff Deloach and his group have to provide law enforcement. But anyway, that's all. I'm not pushing one way or the other. I don't think it's really adversely impacting anything for me to be working on an ordinance, because whatever I do is not the final say so in any event. You folks have the hard job of figuring it out.
I think that we should keep the motion or for you to draft an ordinance to end the police department, and keep the motion that you and the city attorney to negotiate with the sheriff's department. And you should be able to do that within a 2-month period. By the time we come along, we have first reading next month, second reading in March. By then, something surely would have come open. So we need to end this to start the other, is my point. We need to end our department to start with the sheriff, if that's the way we vote to go.
And that vote won't be really,
No, all we're
No, we
doing
could do
tonight.
that. We could do,
so we
I mean,
have,
Right,
we've got time. We
Yeah,
could,
we have 2 more months because this ordinance isn't written yet, and it has to be read twice.
yes.
yeah.
And it has to
10
be
days.
public. And so we have like February's meeting and March's meeting.
Okay.
We have time to get the contract and kind of refine the way we need it.
Okay, could I ask a question of Jay?
Sure.
Jay, are you there?
I am.
Jay?
Yes.
Right, this is Lisa. Jay, I have a question about the adoption of ordinances. Do they have to be, do first and second reading have to occur 30 days apart at regular meetings?
No. They have to be, the law says, Ms. DeVito, Commissioner DeVito, excuse me, that they have to be read on two separate occasions, and the final adoption or the consideration for final adoption must be noticed at least 10 days in advance of the hearing where the final consideration is held. So that's how, I mean, you could have a special meeting for a first reading and then set your, either have the final reading at a regular meeting or a meeting that at least you got it in the paper 10 days prior.
Right, I wanted to make sure I was reading it correctly because I was looking at the language in the charter.
Yeah.
That seemed to say that. But I wanted to make sure that I had the correct interpretation. And it is for that reason, we don't necessarily need 60 days to adopt an ordinance if we decide that's what we want to do. And I just think that it's very prudent, number one, to get figures about the cost to restart, the cost to maintain our pension plan, and as well to not necessarily let the sheriff think that this is a done deal, and to go into it instead of like a predetermined outcome, which I think anyone negotiating opposite you on the other side of the table, if you've already started, if somebody comes in to make you an offer to buy your house and you're already packing and leaving and you say, I've really got to get rid of this thing because I'm going to California, that's not a good negotiating stance. And it is for that reason that I think it is much better to prepare the contract first, see if we like it, put ourselves in a good position, and it does not take 60 days to adopt an ordinance according to Jay. So I would do the contract first, and then I would look at the ordinance.
Michael, will you?
Let me touch on one subject when it talks about terminating. We don't have to have a legacy with respect to retirement fund. State statute says that we can terminate that plan and distribute those funds. So it's not something we're stuck with, just to be clear.
We are responsible for it.
We're responsible for it, but we have under 185.37 termination and plan distribution of funds.
Okay,
So
well,
we're
I
responsible
think
for it, but that's not something that would be going on. It didn't have to go on.
these kind of reports should be in writing, documented. They should be distributed as memos so that we all have it and it is in the record.
That'll be part of this whole thing that we talk about, where we are in the status of it. So we're trying to get through this motion.
Right, that's what, we don't have that information.
I know, well, we had talked about it. Like I said, if you come in and talk about what we wanted to do, but that's part of that equation. You're selling it like you're telling about selling a contract. You're selling it like we're gonna be stuck with this legacy thing forever, and that's not
No, I'm saying,
one of the
I
choices
don't-
that we have.
I do not have that information. This is the first time we have had that information. It would have been helpful to have it before. And as well, I think we have to have the realistic startup cost, because we need to know, is it easy to go back or is it expensive to go back? And I think that's very important.
For us to reestablish,
Yes.
is that what you're wanting? So
Absolutely.
Michael, how would that take for us to put together something like a cost sheet on how much it would cost to reestablish it?
We could put together something to reestablish.
Okay.
The question is, if you're gonna reestablish right now, and you said right now is inadequate, so to really reestablish it the way it needs to be done, is that what you're looking for?
Or are you saying if we abolish it and then we come back and decide we don't want to go that route? Commissioner DeVito, if you want some clarity, he's asking for some clarity.
Yeah, I'm asking for clarity because we'll be in the same position we are now. If you want to talk about future costs and you want to reestablish the department, you're going to just establish it with what the manpower and the needs that we have to do an adequate job with.
I think it would be reasonable to get the basic cost for us to restart. And then we could certainly extrapolate from there.
Well, now,
Well,
when you
once again,
say restart, we have two issues. Right now, we're not often operating. Are you restarting if the certifications come back and we decide we're gonna go this direction? Or just to abolish it and then restart the agency, the department all over again?
That's what I'm saying. We have all those costs.
Okay.
Where we are now. We're over the cost.
I mean,
of
there's
grants,
two
we're over
different
the cost of the
restarts.
budget. I mean, we have all those costs.
Well, because it is my understanding that we would be getting rid of our cars, a lot of our equipment. It's my understanding that there are restart costs.
So you're talking reestablishment.
Yes, to
Let's do
reestablish.
that.
Yeah, and I'm
Let's
not
use that
familiar
word.
what they would be, like I said, as far as I know, outside of getting rid of equipment, they would have to be reestablished. Most of our equipment is grants.
I'm not really asking for the information now. This is what I asked for in December, and this is what I think we need, and I think we need it in black and white and hard terms.
And I think we should get it for the next meeting.
I think
Yep.
though, from, I'm wondering if right now with your motion, Commissioner, if you still want to combine those two to where we can go over the contract and then decide on the ordinance, and we can do
Let's
that within the
ask Jay
same
what
meeting.
he needs.
Jay?
Yes,
Are you there,
yes,
Jay?
I am.
Did you
I
hear-
am.
you hear what I'm asking?
Did you hear what I was asking, Jay? Because she has motions, and what Commissioner DeVito is saying is that she wants to see the contract before she goes forward or takes any action on this ordinance, understandably. And so could Commissioner West motion, say that you and Michael will work with the sheriff's department, bring that and the ordinance at the same meeting, and we will address the contract first. And then if we are in agreement with the contract, then we can
Eliminate.
move on the ordinance or eliminate the ordinance.
Well, I would try to accomplish whatever y'all instructed me to do, or whatever your wishes were. But let me just say one thing, and it's just an observation. Commissioner DeVito's thoughts of being at a disadvantage in negotiations, I don't think are realistic, and from a practical standpoint, I think that our local sheriff knows full well our dilemma. I think he has been a very very thoughtful of giving us the presence he has. I think at any time he would be well within his rights to say, you've been getting special treatment starting next Friday. I can't afford to do it anymore. I will cover your town, but it will not be with round the clock 2 people. So he knows, I mean, negotiating with him is going to be about how many people we want, what the cost factors, if we can get the cost down. The other items that we negotiate, there'll be a lot of, I'd say, a number of pages, but that's your 2 main issues. How many people do we want? When do we want them? And what the cost is.
Right.
I don't think we're going to get him at a disadvantage. I don't think he's going to get us at a disadvantage. We are where we're at, and where we're at right now is very, very tenable. Like I said, if for any reason we lose a couple officers along the way, you talk about a hard spot. We'll be in one because then we've got some big, quick decisions that have to be made. It doesn't matter to me if you'd like to look at a contract first and then look at the department. But Susan used a good analogy about hitting on all cylinders. We're hitting on about 5 right now out of 8. And we're not in a good spot. And we can keep talking about it. It's as excruciating to me as it is you guys. In fact, every week of our regular meeting, I get a stomach ache. I would like to resolve this in a way that made everybody happy. But I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. If you want a contract first and then a draft ordinance, I don't see a big difference. The contract is going to be, I don't know, whatever you guys want. Whatever you guys want.
Commissioner. Yes, sir, Commissioner. Banks.
And Mr. Andrew, while you're there, what would be, we want to do it right. What would be the appropriate way to do it? To do the contract first and get that approved by this commission and the sheriff's office, and then bring the other ordinance last, bring both of them together, what would you do?
Well,
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, I need to interrupt too.
Commissioner West and then Commissioner Byrd.
I think we can do those both motions while we're working on the contract. Like I say, I think we've got time, but if we get the contract first, which might make a couple more weeks, 3 weeks, a month, that's another delay. We don't have to vote on it next month or the next month. The ordinance is there. We have to vote on it twice. So when we do that, is up to us. But let's get everything in place. The contract can come. If we don't like it, we disband all of this.
Yeah.
But if we don't have the ordinances in place, it's going to take more
Another
time.
More time and
Right.
And
And just like you said, Sheriff might say, I'm with you.
And I want to, I want to correct myself earlier when I said that as far as, I was saying that we would have that direct supervision from the sheriff's office.
Right.
We would go into become like everyone else.
Everyone
Okay, so right now,
So Commissioner West, go with your original thoughts.
Okay,
yeah,
that's good.
let's
I
read
think
your
it's-
motion, so we
it's-
have a motion.
It's in right order, and
Let's take the first motion and deal with it, then we'll do the second one, if that's okay with
Okay.
everyone. Okay?
Okay.
I move that we request our city attorney to draft an appropriate ordinance to end our police department.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any more discussion? Okay, Deb, I'd like a roll call, please. Deb,
Commissioner Burton,
yes.
Commissioner Banks,
Aye.
Commissioner Kane DeVito,
No.
Commissioner West,
Yes.
Mayor Myers.
aye. Okay, we have 4 votes, the motion here.
Yeah.
And so then we've
All
got,
right, let's go to the second one, and I'll read that again. I move that we ask our city manager and city attorney to negotiate with the Putnam County Sheriff's Department to provide law enforcement to the city of Crescent City, and that the contract could include specific officers for Crescent City area, or officers that are present now are given first priority, and that the cruisers that we will be handing over will have the Crescent City logo on them.
okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Yeah, Mayor, can I?
Yes, sir, Commissioner
Is
Banks.
there gonna be a question before we pass
Yes,
that?
sir.
Because I want to ask about, now, the sheriff not gonna use his own vehicle, because I was, that was one of the points I was gonna bring out, what we gonna do with our vehicles.
Well,
He is going to use his
he's-
own vehicles. And what,
Yeah,
yeah, and what,
he's asked us to turn those over to him. He said he can't afford to buy new vehicles. And, but he's gonna have sheriff's department on them, Crescent City, with our logo on it.
Michael, is that,
People know right now.
I know we have some limits there.
We have some limits in the grants. I talked to the USDA, they're gonna get back with me on what we
Okay.
can do. Right now, the way it says is we'd have to give them back or sell them.
Okay,
I think the
But
attorney
there's
said,
room, and we talked to the sheriff about if there's possibility of taking that over. So that's
Okay.
still one of the things we're gonna negotiate.
What he said is that what he would do is it would of course be a sheriff's, it would be a deputy's car, but he would have an insignia on there so that people would know as he drove around Crescent City that it was one of the deputies assigned to our local
To our
area,
area, right?
to our area.
cause I put a note down when the attorney was on the, that she said that that other organization up there on 301, Waldo, was blessed. Cause they sold, they were blessed to get rid of their vehicles to,
They sold them to
High Springs.
High
High
Springs.
Springs.
Sold them to High
so
Springs.
I didn't know whether that was a problem. They had got to a grant like we did, and whether we had to do that or, but all that'll come out in the talk.
Yes.
That would-
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
okay, so now we have a motion,
Second.
and we need a
I
second.
second.
We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Okay, Deb, can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Commissioner Kane DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Banks,
All right.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, all ayes have it, and the motion carries.
Right, and if I could just say one thing, Mayor.
Sure, absolutely.
Just to point out that this is the same motion that I made back in December, pretty much, except without the specificity of the vehicle designation and those kind of things. So I did make that motion in December. But I also have one more thing I would like to bring up, and I'm very puzzled about it.
Okay,
I suggested at the workshop that we hire an interim chief. I don't know if y'all heard me. We did not seem to have any interest in that, but apparently, it's my understanding that we could have gone to the Florida Police Chiefs Association when officers were first put on leave and asked them to direct us to a potential interim chiefs that could have helped us through all this, and as well could have helped us in even developing and negotiating a contract with the sheriff, which now Michael has to do in addition to all of his other responsibilities. I think we would have been well served by hiring an interim chief, and it's my understanding that the city manager received a memo that detailed the training problems and recommended that we go to the Florida Police Chiefs Association. I mean, have we ever asked for their help, Michael?
What is this? No, we had a process of hiring a police chief. The commission decided to suspend that. That would stop the police chief search. That's where we left off. We have officers on administrative leave. This has been up in the air about what we're doing. There was never a talk about, in the Florida Police Chiefs Association, I never spoke with them about what you're talking about.
Something, wasn't there a recommendation that we seek the assistance of the Florida Police Chiefs Association?
I talked to Police Chiefs Association, but that was well before when we started the police chief search. Now, since that has never been a topic and it's never been brought up. We suspended that search because we were talking about the sheriff, and the sheriff came in with a proposal, so that's what we've been at.
May I speak?
No, we suspended the search because our officers were on leave. That was the reason for my motion. Anyway, so since then, you've not talked to the Police Chiefs Association.
okay.
So it is my great regret that we did not hire an interim police chief when we found ourselves in this mess. Because that could have assisted Michael and taken that responsibility off of him and provided someone who is more familiar with law enforcement. So I'm disappointed that we didn't do that.
To Michael's defense, I understand, we're not, to Michael's defense,
We didn't do that.
I know, well, I know, that's what I'm saying is that, you
May I
know,
speak, Mayor?
yes,
Please. She makes a good point that everything seems to drop on Michael's desk. And basically, I think that it's time for the commission and the city to start to consider having a clerk, a record clerk, a full-time clerk that comes in and starts to handle some of the things that, the everyday type things, and
We
lately.
used to
it's-
have one.
Yes, we need a staff, and I think we need it badly. I don't know if you've seen Deb's desk here lately. I don't see Deb sometimes because of her desk. And, you know, I just think that it's time for us to consider some help, some extra help in there.
And through this, I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, I've apologized to both of them over and over again because I've seen the workload that they get, and right now they're inundated with
Yes,
public
they
records
are.
requests, and it's taking up all of their time. And then we have, you know, some of us, we dump stuff on them too, and asking them to do that because we, of course, we need their assistance too. So I definitely agree. Michael, you can figure out how you can fund a clerk, but I do think to take some of that off, you know, because Deb can get on the phone with somebody who has a concern, a complaint, and they'll want to talk to her, and rightfully, you know, they have that right to talk to somebody, and it does take up a tremendous amount of her time, and I've watched it happen over and over
I
again.
think that's a good idea. Good job.
So,
Okay, so how do I go about bringing that up so that maybe we can, really-
Gotta create that position.
okay.
for the
Do you want a
website.
motion?
Is
to
that how we
ask,
do that as a
Mike
motion, or-
to explore how we can afford and,
Okay, now, yeah,
and,
She's good at that.
yes.
all right, do you want me to make an emotion?
Yes, please.
Okay, I make a motion that we ask our city manager, Mike Escobedo, to please explore how we can afford and hire a city clerk for Crescent City.
I second that.
okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, any discussion?
Need a little better understanding. I don't quite. Now, her job title gonna be with a city
Clerk.
clerk.
Be a clerk.
Okay, now, well, what is the clerk responsibility?
Well, that's gonna
I
be,
need to know that.
That's
Michael's
gonna be part of
Michael will
Michael's-
provide all that. And he's, we're gonna have to get a
We'll provide all
salary
that.
range, he's gonna have to see what he can afford.
You're the right one? Okay. Now, is this gonna be full-time or part-time or?
well, it'll depend on what we can afford, and even part-time would be a great big help here.
Yes.
And Michael, you can bring this to us at the next meeting.
Okay,
On top of everything else.
yeah,
Get right on that, will you?
Okay,
okay, now I understand.
okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Does anybody, Commissioner DeVito, do you have any?
Well, first of all, I think I would like to hear from the city manager, and I was gonna bring this up at a different part on the agenda. Before we start suggesting new positions, I was gonna ask to hear from the city manager very specifically about the workload, where he thinks the city is, and what our staffing situation is. And as well, I think we need to decide some priorities for the city. And also, we have not heard how the part-time position is going yet. So I do think it's a little bit unusual, in fact, very unusual, just to, out of the blue, suggest hiring a specific position. I would like to hear more about the workload of the city
You know,
overall.
I agree, but I also understand that we just kick the can down the road constantly. That's all that we've done in this commission is we kick the can down the road. Let's talk about it next time. Let's get the figures. Let's do this. And if we don't take some action, and so I think that this is something that, yeah, maybe this is out of sync of where we are in our discussion, but it has come up and we can move it to the end of the agenda if we need to. But we need to relieve them of some of these,
And Michael is just going to be giving us information.
Yeah.
Then we make the decision, do we need I think we know we need the clerk, but let's see what we can afford and what the person will actually be doing.
Yes.
I've never really, well, I don't know, this
You
seems
never-
very unusual.
okay, well, okay, commission, we have a motion
And second,
for Michael to bring back to us at the next meeting. Is that correct?
right,
A job description and a salary range as to what he feels that he can work into the budget for us to look at. We have a motion, we have a second. Do we have a second?
Yes. Second.
Okay, is there any more discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
No, I vote no.
Okay. Deb, would you make sure you put that on record?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Okay. I do want to say something though, and I don't know how we want to put this in there, but I'm still going back to the fact that if we do decide to dissolve the police department, after we get through the negotiations, about the severance. So, want to talk about that before we move off of this, or do we want to talk about that at the next meeting?
Let's do
Okay,
this.
at the next meeting. Okay, I just don't want us to forget that.
Right.
So Michael, if you just please make sure that, that we don't forget that.
Also, before we leave the subject, one thing that I think I've heard a lot is that it would be more advantageous for our officers to move to the sheriff's department. And I understand the sheriff pays better and he's in a better retirement system. And I know it's awkward because they want to leave, but have we actually given our officers that we have now the opportunity to answer the question, which would they prefer? Have we asked them? Can we ask them? Can that be
If
communicated
they
to
want to
them?
leave,
Pardon?
that's going to be an option for them. I don't know what's in their minds. I could ask them what they want to do, but
I guess what I'm saying is, we're saying we think it's more advantageous for them, but we have not actually heard them. I think some of them have been at our meetings, but they have not spoken.
Here's what I'm,
No, go ahead, Commissioner.
here's what I'm thinking. Yes, I'd like to hear from them, but basically this is a business decision. How can we handle our city and afford to keep officers here in some manner and also be safe? I'm going to give you an example, just for example. Say everybody has a taser, our officers all have a taser, and this person is really in front of one of the officers, and he tases that person, and he has a heart attack and is very, very ill because of it, because they really pack a wallop when you're tased. But that officer has let his taser certification drop. We're liable then. That's my concern.
Yeah, no, I understand this is a
So,
business
Yes,
decision,
right.
and
So
always been
I
interested.
love our officers. I know they're going to think I don't, but I think we have to take care of business for our city.
Yeah, we got it.
I agree with that, but we have spent quite a bit of time, in a couple of meetings now, saying that we think this is better for them, and saying that out of respect to our employees, it seems to me that we should invite them to give their opinion.
well, first of all, let me handle
Or
that first.
Not their opinion on what we should do, but would they find it more advantageous? I just think it's fair to ask them. I'm not saying that we're going to base our decision on
Well,
that.
this is an employment decision by me.
Yeah.
Part of that is if you're asking me right now if they wanted to go to the sheriff's office, I couldn't say specifically the sheriff's office.
Right.
If they want to advance themselves, if they want to make more money, if they want to have more opportunities, I would say yes. Every one of them would say that.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know, but that's not the same as hearing from the officers. I'm saying that there are employees, we're talking about giving them severance.
Doesn't matter.
I think we should give them the opportunity to at least say whether they think that this is a beneficial move to
Well,
them.
one of the things we talked about is paying them severance because it wasn't a personal issue.
Right.
It's a business decision.
It's a business
That's once again, if you
decision.
make that decision,
And throughout this time, Commissioner DeVito, I'll be honest with you, I don't think at any point have we discouraged them from speaking to us.
Right.
But I'm saying, I don't know that since they're on leave, I don't know that they felt free to do so.
It wasn't a punishment leave.
no, it's
it
not a
was
punishment. You said it's suspended, you've used other.
Yeah, it's
adjectives to describe
administrative
this.
leave
It's
with pay.
administrative leave, that's it.
And they've
Okay.
attended the
So
workshops and
I
they've attended the
understand.
commission meeting, and
They could email us because there are
Yes.
many people that are.
So,
Well, hopefully we'll make it clear that at future meetings, they're
Okay.
invited to give their
Well, once
opinion.
again, this is a personnel issue. When we have the investigation, they're on administrative leave, but they don't have to commit them to me or provide me any information or just talk to me. That's always been there.
well, Michael, then Commissioner DeVito, do you want to ask Michael to speak to those officers and find out how they feel about it?
So, that's an option, but I think that we should make it clear that they're welcome to speak at the next meeting.
Well, they're speaking at the next meeting. This is one personnel issues. Once again, we're getting into personnel issues. Then we would let all the personnel come and speak at meetings about the personnel issues. We're not about to do that.
No, you're right. I don't think that's right.
I don't think.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we need that city manager, deal with it, talk to them and ask them, do they want to switch over?
But they should have some opportunity for input, so that's fine with me, but we're talking about ending the department. We've said specifically it's better for them. I would like to know, give them the opportunity to speak to that specific issue. Is it better for them?
But see, if we, now, our meeting into the virus is open freely
Right.
for anybody to come
Yes,
in
it is.
and put their name on the agenda. But it's not, to me, it wouldn't be right to me as a commissioner to question them in front of, to ask them, bring them up to the podium, put them on the agenda and ask them, do you want to go over?
No, what I said is they should feel free to speak. We should let them know that they are free to speak. And as the public is free to speak, but I don't,
I'm
that
gonna,
they felt free
I'm
to
gonna
speak.
move this. We need to move on, but
That's fine.
I do want to say this, that oftentimes if you bring them in here in public and they're with their peers, Commissioner DeVito, very difficult, if in fact they wanted to go to the sheriff's department,
Right.
to tell their peers, I'm ready to go to the sheriff's department. Just like I feel like there's some citizens out there that have said to me, or maybe said to others, I'm okay going to the sheriff's office, but I'm not gonna be open about that, as it's very difficult. And I think to put them in that situation, now Michael can get, Michael, you can get that, talk to them, make sure that individually, and just, anonymously let Commissioner DeVito know that, I think that to ask them to come and speak to us,
Okay, that's not, I just want to be clear, and we don't have to talk about this anymore. I'm suggesting that we make sure they know they are free to take the podium like anybody else.
No, they are not in the policy.
not
Not in the
a-
policy to talk about policy issues. No.
I'm not asking them to talk about a policy issue.
Well,
I think
we're talking about what we're doing with the department. That's what I'm getting at.
Let's
So,
move, okay,
We're talking about
let's
individual
move on.
things.
I'm ready to move on.
Move on.
Okay, commission procedures discussion. Michael, do you want to talk about
Well, I
this?
put it on there because as I was speaking to commissioners, a few of them said, well, we want to come up with some kind of procedures. And they said, well, if that's the case, let's put it on the agenda and we'll start talking about it. What I did not want to get, and I've talked to each individually about it, is you just don't want a shotgun approach to this to start talking about it. I think when people talk about procedures for the meeting or procedures for the meeting as far as the commission meetings go, I think you can go and just start talking about, well, how long you want someone to talk. That's a simple thing. This is there's many other things go into having a commission meeting. When you have them, when you put out information, what people do when they're in the audience, there's a whole bunch of things that dictate that. I've gone through this with other agency about coming up with some rules. Before, I didn't want to have this discussion. I didn't want to put it till the next month. I wanted to start it now and look for some direction to say, if I come up with some rules for everybody to look at, something to digest, and then take everybody's input, we can kind of go, I give you something and then you can come with some kind of input on what you think, okay?
Okay.
So that's really why I wanted to put that on the agenda, as far, other than just bringing it up in my report.
Okay. You want to speak?
Wait a
Yes.
minute. I don't
At our workshop, our last workshop, we were kind of blindsided a little bit, with not having protocol, I guess. And that protocol was didn't set it up where people had a certain number of minutes. We hadn't discussed and set up any rules, for how things kind of should have been done. And so we were kind of blindsided by saying, we had one person come up and say, well, I'm going to talk as long as I can talk. And we ended up kind of being put on the spot to take a vote whether or not something could happen that, kind of made us look a little bit weak. How's that sound? So anyway, I did get my hands on procedures and protocol. And it was a motion that wanted to update for that particular meeting. And I think we should this is for discussion, but this is right from her page, how she felt the meeting should have been done. And maybe this is how we should do it moving forward with these meetings. So the first thing was to fill up cards. And the cards needed to be filled out with your name, your address. You should check whether you're a resident, a business owner, property owner, or a non-resident. We have 4 boxes. And once you do that, you put what you are in the 4 boxes. So at that point, before they come up to the podium, we would pull out residents first, their name, and we would actually call them to the podium. And at that time, they would have 2 minutes to speak. Residents would be first, then business owners, property owners, or maybe property owners and then business owners, and finally, non-residents. So written comments that are sent in to be read are to be no longer than 400 words. And the only thing that I kind of changed a little bit was she mentioned presentations, and I think she mentioned it should take 2 minutes from this person that wanted to speak, and 2 minutes from that, and 2 minutes and add them all up, and you could stand there for, however long it took to give your presentation at that moment. But I feel all presentations, I enjoy, people have a presentation, should be heard, but they have to be given to the city manager 1 week prior to the meeting date so that we can determine whether or not we have the time to put it on the agenda. So that's my discussion really about protocol. And I'm not sure how y'all feel about that. But that's,
I would just add some of that stuff we had talked about, that's some of the stuff that will be in there that you don't think about that needs to be addressed. And I think I have a good foundation for that, for you to look at and to tweak it.
Yeah, because the non-school board, I go to the meetings very frequently. I just sit in because I got my other grandkids. And they got something like that. They come in, you have to sign a card and what you're there for. And then I reckon Pasha, whoever it is, take them up there and give them to the chairman. And then she calls the individual up. You just can't jump up, say, hey, way over there, so we can come up and speak. They work with them cards. If they don't have a card for you, I'm sorry, you don't speak.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, now the school board does it that way. At the time.
Commissioner
this is,
DeVito.
Commissioner DeVito's idea. I think it's a good idea.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
Not, okay. That was my idea for a very probably heavily attended controversial workshop. And I'm not sure, and thank you for crediting it to me. We really didn't, we weren't prepared for that. And really my suggestion comes from what a lot of other cities do. I've been to a lot of city meetings, and it turns out, I was reading in the Government Sunshine Manual, I think we're actually supposed to have a policy. It's in chapter 286.0114. We are supposed to have policies to organize public presentations. And usually you only need to do that when it's a big meeting or a controversial meeting. And the idea to aggregate people's comments, that is very frequently used on controversial issues by a lot of cities and counties or school boards, because it allows you to better manage people's comments. And instead of, when there's people who are on one side or the other, say it's a rezoning or something, if a group of people want to make a more coordinated statement instead of everybody taking 2 little minutes, and I think this is provided for in the statute, you let, say if there's 6 or 7 or 10 or 20 people present, they can sign up and aggregate their time. That's what Diane was trying to do. And it allows them to make a more organized presentation. So I think that's great to put on to talk about. I have some issues that I would like to bring up that I think that we should talk about for our procedures.
Okay.
Because we're just, this is something we're putting in.
Yeah, we're giving, and please, by all means, put these in writing as well, so that Michael has them in writing, so that he can put them on, but go ahead.
Okay, because I've written mine down. One thing that Commissioner Burton said, she thought there should be a week prior if someone were to make a presentation. I'm not quite sure I follow where that's going, but it leads into something that I'm very concerned about. I think right now our commission is in danger of being somewhat of a figurehead. We are really giving a lot of our policymaking role, I think, over to the city manager. And one way that there's a couple ways that's occurring, and we need to have some provisions in our policies to make sure that we do not do this. We do not take an active enough role in setting our own agenda. We need to figure out how to do that. And as well, we are not getting the agenda and the packets sufficiently in advance to let us truly make informed decisions based on what we need to consider. I was very distressed today to get information the same day as the meeting. Now, granted, at this meeting, we covered things that we've covered in the past, but really we need to have the agenda a week in advance, hopefully, and the supporting documentation as well. Something that I've been very concerned about with the sheriff, with the Chamber of Commerce, with some other people that presented to us before Michael even came on board. I think if someone's going to make a presentation to us, if it's controversial, and it's that it should come before the commission from the city manager as to whether we want to invite them. Because I think it's up to us to decide when we hear controversial ideas on the agenda. And secondly, anyone that is, sorry, that kind of jumped in, anyone who is presenting who has written documentation, they should give that to us for our package ahead of time. The city manager should specifically ensure that they get that information in our packets. I think it puts us, it's disrespectful, kind of salesman-like to come and make a presentation with a video and then hand out the written materials later. The chamber did that, the sheriff did that, some people did that a couple of last year. There's really no reason that they can't give us the written information to look at before. That way we can be better prepared when we see their video. We shouldn't be hit with things all at once if they have documents to hand out. There's some other items that I have. Yes.
Nobody said anything. Did you
Should
say?
I stop and take, I'm sorry, I should stop and take a pause. But I want to share these in case anyone says, I don't know, don't give it to Michael. Or I think we need to be very careful that what we vote on is followed up on. There are some items that we voted on that both in past years and the current year haven't been done. I think if we vote on an item and direct that it happen, then if it's not feasible, the city manager needs to bring it back to us so that we can decide based on new information, should we rescind that direction. I think that's important. And as well, we need to make sure the charter, there are several things that are in the charter that I see that we do. It says all actions should be by ordinance, resolution, or motion. That's 2.17 in the charter with a vote on the record. That's what that means, and the Sunshine Law requires that. I think in some instances, we are allowing actions to happen either just by, oh, yes, in the meeting, it's okay. Yes, we'll agree to do that. And then there's no record that we agreed to that. And there's no way to make sure that it gets done. And as well, we need to be very careful that we have ordinance, resolution, or motion, and that we are not allowing the city manager to take the sense of the commission and then do something that should really come before us. 3.03, the charter requires that there be an acting administrative supervisor to be appointed by the city manager with the approval of the commission. And I think in times of COVID, that's even more important. I'm not aware that we've ever had that. Commissioner West, Commissioner Banks, have you ever heard that we've had an acting administrative supervisor that y'all approved?
No.
Well, it's in the charter, and like I said, in time of COVID, I think that's even more important. That, in other words, that the city manager would designate who would act in his, the case of illness or incapacity. And as well, when I look at the charter, I'm sorry, I can't cite to the section. I think it's 3.04. I am somewhat concerned. The charter calls for a monthly report to the public and the commission on the finances and administrative activity of the city. I know it's been the habit for the city manager to give a verbal report. I don't think a verbal report is really adequate because it doesn't all get taken down. So a written report would be helpful.
A written report on.
In other words, whatever it is, the whole reports to us verbally, and Mr. Kennedy did this as well.
It becomes part of the record.
But
When a report becomes part of the record.
if you wrote it down, it would become part of the record.
It's part of the record verbally, we write it down, and all of my comments are part of the record.
Yeah, because it's in our current minutes as well. But now you want him to, so now you want him to provide it in writing as well, to you as well?
I think that's really what the charter calls for.
And prepare a monthly, and I do
Well, maybe we need to look at, go through that and make sure that we,
Right.
Another good reason to have a city clerk.
yeah.
Yeah.
correct.
Well, I mean, if you're going to say it,
I do think it will.
you can type it. And also, the finance reports that we get in our folder in the packet, the charter actually requires those to be made, to be made available to the public. And really, I don't think we do that. I think they're just in our folder. And
They're available if anybody wants a report, they can come and ask that.
okay, that's
What's
not,
up?
I don't think that's the intent of the charter. I think, and as well, any organization that I belong to, when
So
you have.
you're
a
wanting
meeting-
copies of those, so we can bring it in, we want copies. of
Right.
those.
Are we talking about the intent, or are we talking about what the written words are? I'm trying to be clear on what we're doing. So we're reading the charter. You want to make amendments to the charter, that's a different story, but.
I'm not amending the charter. I'm looking at what the charter requires.
Right.
And I'm saying that it says the public will be advised of the financial position. I think it would be helpful if we have copies of what we
I
would
can put
see
them on the website.
available. That's a good thing. But also, we do not typically make time in our meeting. We have the police chief report, but we don't make time in the meeting for a highlight and recap of our financial situation. And in most organizations that I belong to, that is something that is typically done. So that, you don't have to ask or dig for it, but that is commonplace, just to give a little synopsis for everybody. So that is what and as well, looking through government and sunshine manual, I think, and we might want to check with Jay on this. We do not typically get minutes for workshops. I think there's an attorney general's opinion saying that workshops are at this time.
Okay. You have all this in writing? You've documented all this and so that you can send that to Mike?
Yep.
Okay, send it to
All
Michael.
that stuff we can send to
And
you.
so that we can put it all in there and because I admit, I mean, I'm the first one
I
to
thought we
say.
did minutes and workshop. They were included with our other minutes when you get the packet.
If, and no, because I've asked
She
her
doesn't
before,
do-
and
she
she
doesn't
said,
do.
not what we do, not now.
Okay.
And if you look on the website,
We'll check with that.
I
the-
agree with this because when I first started, and that was the very first meeting, I said I'd like a workshop in January. Of course, other things got in the way because I found out that we don't have the meeting procedures. And we needed to go over a lot of this stuff, just like when we went to the workshop and, you know, I asked about procedures for the workshop at that point too, and we didn't have them. And we kind of had to do the very best we could. And I think we did do the very best we could.
And I think when I come to you, what I give you, a lot of that'll be outlined. A lot of these things are already been covered in there, and you'll have state statute. Totally in there.
but one thing I really do want to say about this, I think that our weakest points are making sure that we do things we need to do in the meeting instead of leaving decisions to be made by the city manager. That it's our responsibility to set a direction for the city. I think we actually have done a good job of regulating our own discussion, being polite to each other. I think that our mayors have run the meeting pretty well, and that I think we do what we're supposed to do in moving this business along. I don't think that's our greatest need, is what I'm trying to say. But there are other things that are not happening that should be happening.
Well, I know that you were critical of the way the agenda's done, and so that was something that I was looking for and asked Michael if you'd given him any input as to how you felt that we could improve that. So hopefully you'll put that down in writing to him so he can incorporate that in.
Right, and the only solution I have for the agenda is that we spend time at the end of our meeting having some discussion of what we should be talking about in the future.
Okay.
But I've talked to Jay about this. There are some questions I don't know the answer to.
Okay. So we're done with general business. Can we move on to public hearing? No public hearing. Okay, additional reports and comments. Now we have Lisa, Commissioner DeVito, I apologize, has brought up several things that we've added to the agenda. Do we want to take those up now, or do we want to go to the city manager report? So,
I would say, why don't we hear from the city
okay,
manager?
so why don't you go ahead, Michael, and we'll hear from you.
Okay, so that's two items. We talked about the closure of schools. I'll just touch on that. I talked to the school superintendent. They have laid out a 10-year plan of replacement schools. Right now, they're really early in the process, other than saying that right now at the end of this school year that the middle school, they'll move for next year, they will move all of those students to the high school. They will still have this school and they'll still have elementary school, and they have their plans to do that. We are in the process. I said that I want to be part of that process as they move along, what they're going to do and what they're going to do with properties. There's still a year or so off from their bond where they're going to finance all of this, and even any decisions they make on the properties, both of the properties, because their intent right now is in phase 2, which is year 6 to 10, is to rebuild the school over at the middle school. That's when we would talk about what's going to happen with the property. It won't be until like year 5 where they start really planning that, but.
And they're actually gonna review that to make that the elementary school, correct? And then we'll have to figure out what we're gonna do with.
Correct, and then, you know, several years from now, they're going to decide what they're going to actually do with that property over there, and they don't have the answer right now.
Okay.
So.
In my understanding, I know there was some concern from some residents that the middle school students would be bused somewhere, but I guess they're combining them into the high school.
Correct, there's room over there, and they also said part of that decision is from attrition. They've lost 3,000 students over the past 10 years. This will, it's a multifaceted thing where they have the oldest schools in the state, That will bring them up to new schools. It will also bring them up to technology standards. And it'll also handle that, they've had that reduction in student population.
And will the middle school, when they rebuild it down here, will it fit all the requirements of hurricane? You know.
We didn't get into the talk about that, but.
Well,
You know,
school's
I know
gonna be
you're
out
very
of the high
concerned
school.
about that.
Yeah,
school
the
is behind it.
6th through 12 will be out at the high school, and they have had them before, but parents did not like their 6th graders.
I think that they're too young for that.
Yep,
Yeah.
and so they created the middle school and then expanded the elementary school so that that could happen.
My understanding is they're still, the 6th graders, they're still gonna keep.
They're very young.
And they have other schools like that.
And they have other schools like
But
that.
as far as that, I don't know those construction.
Just saying though, that, you know. you know,
A lot of concerns here because the middle school. Jay, mute, please.
Stop barking.
Your dog's talking.
Jay,
I muted.
okay, Jay's barking
Oh,
at us.
thank you. We need to know that dog's name.
He's probably encouraging.
Sure, yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner DeVito.
Anyway, the middle school abuts both commercial property and a residential area. It's right in the middle of town. You know, and as well, I think the school board acquired the property of Judy, what was the name of it? The tall house that burned.
Knox,
The
right,
Knox,
right,
Knox house?
right.
Not right, the Knox house. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they've acquired that entire property, have they not?
Yes, they have.
Yeah,
Through the kind of, well, a way that not everybody agreed with somehow. I think there was some controversy about that. So a lot of property, it's significant property, and the way it looks is very important to the look of our town. So I don't know, what role we can play in that discussion. That's something I would like Jay to answer for us. Eventually, at some point.
well, maybe just put your name on the agenda and go over there and you can speak to it.
Well, no, I'm saying R.J. Asbury, I think we need to be clear on what our role is when a rebuilding occurs. What control does the city over how things look? And
So the architectural control is
Yeah,
what you're
that's what I'm
concerned about,
trying
is the architectural
Yeah,
control.
with a lot of things, architectural control, ingress, egress, blah, 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 because it's right in the middle of a residential area.
Well, it's where it is right now.
Right.
That's where they're doing it.
Yes.
And we have ingress and egress going on there right now.
Right, but it's gonna be a whole new ballgame.
Okay.
I mean, look at the Pearson School. Very different, very different.
Very
So, I think we need to know what is in our power and what is not in our power. That's important.
Well, we can ask Jay to look into that. Michael, do you have anything else?
I do. I have one other thing, the Central Avenue repaving project. It was put out for bid for construction. We got the bid back. I have not looked at the numbers of the bid. What we were waiting on doing is it'll be a next meeting where we'll get approval on who we award the bid to. That's really through DOT. So next meeting, we will have that approved who the low bidder was for the project. Also CEI, that was one of the things we're waiting on where the budget numbers come in. My understanding is their construction schedule is fast. So it could be as little as a month that they could be doing this repaving project. So I assume once we get it approved, it won't be more than a month or so before we see that project start and finish. So that'll be really good.
What do you, as far as working with the businesses, who will be working with those businesses on Central Avenue? Because it's very disruptive when something like that occurs to a business. And how do we assist those businesses?
Well, part of it is I'll be working with them, the CEI will be working with them and trying to coordinate all of that, how that works.
Okay,
Okay.
that's,
And the plans have been out there. So this is another project we have in the city that was
Right.
well before me. That's the plans have been solidified and gone out to bid. So right now they are, and we'll work with them.
okay, I think that to me, that would be very, very important. We reach out to those businesses and
Yeah,
and,
before we start construction. And the other
Yes.
thing is we're gonna
and
talk to
keep
the,
them very much in the loop.
right, and I had a conversation with our engineer, Midtower, about how the contractor was going to actually do the project.
Okay.
You know, was it half the street, was it half the Central Avenue, how are they gonna do that? So we'll talk about that and we'll lay that all out for everybody.
Well, because you have Scott King, they have the delivery trucks coming in and out of there. You have Irwin, he has the delivery trucks coming in and out of there. So there's a lot of, going on there. Three Bananas is also at the end, and they've got the delivery truck. So
Right.
that's important because we don't want to
It's
get them
very
with their
important.
business.
And as well, if you notice, even before COVID, our businesses rarely attend these meetings. And from the people I've talked to, they are not aware that this project has come. Some may be, but I think some will be completely unaware. So it's probably time to get some information.
Well, you know
out.
what? I think that we as commissioners, we have some of that responsibility too, in getting out there and talking to those
Sure.
businesses. So, there's only so much time in the day for Michael and Deb too. So I think if we can, maybe even that's something that if we can help out, assign us certain businesses that we can go talk to and make sure that we have the proper information to share with them. I'm willing to do that. So
me too.
Commissioner Banks, he's gonna do double, so.
I'll give them a part.
I think we can all do that.
I think, so. Okay, anything else?
That's all I had right now.
Okay.
We've had other agenda items.
Okay. Jay, do you have anything to report at this time? Jay,
No, not really. Not unless you have some questions.
no, I don't at this time. Does anybody have any questions of Jay?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Jay, you did hear what Commissioner DeVito was asking as far as, what level of input do we have with the school board as far as with their, with these buildings?
Oh, well, Mayor, I don't need to answer now.
Okay.
I'll send him an
No, I know,
email.
but I just wanted to make sure he heard you.
Right, well, I'll send him an email because I think your point is hearing is difficult, so I will send an
Okay.
email for sure.
Okay. Okay, do we have any city department information? Okay,
So, well, actually, does that include law enforcement?
We do have, you're exactly right. I do Colonel Wells on, he can give us an update on.
have we released Susan? Susan, are you still there?
She's not on.
Okay,
But
good.
we do have Colonel Wells. He's been waiting to talk and he can give us that. You're actually right.
Right, because I have a couple
Let
of
me
questions.
I'll promote him.
Okay, Colonel Wells?
Hold on one. Okay, there he is. Can you hear us?
Colonel Wells,
Yes, sir, I have you.
thank you for your patience.
No problem.
Why it's gone so late.
Okay, do y'all hear me okay?
You're loud and clear. The dog.
So, just very briefly, I know that you've had a long evening. I'm prepared to give you a briefing on the last 30 days inside the city limits of Crescent City. Before I do that, I want to take one point of privilege and just mention something that I think might pertain to one of your earlier conversations. And this relates to a conversation that I had with Commissioner DeVito in the past. And specifically when you're talking about looking to perhaps add a clerk or an assistant down there to Crescent City, that really the sheriff's office has no need for any additional non-sworn staff in Crescent City. All of the law enforcement records, training records and stuff that your current clerk handled would be absorbed inside our already functioning operation at no cost. Therefore, that potentially is an option for you to utilize what was your police department clerk for other duties. The only thing that might be beneficial law enforcement related to that position, I understand the current one is no longer there, or the previous one is no longer there, would be that we would be willing to cross-train that clerk for the sole purpose of giving out public records related to traffic crashes and crimes in Crescent City. But other than that, we have no need for any use of that particular position, we could absorb that without an issue. So with that being said, within the last 30 days inside the city of Crescent City, the sheriff's office, excuse me, getting back to my records, there have been 176 law enforcement activity events. 75% of those events, 75 of those events for 42.6% were deputy initiated, such as traffic stops, suspicious persons, illegally parked vehicles, suspicious incidents, suspicious vehicles, and extra patrols that the deputies have initiated. 14 of those total events were follow-up investigations by our detectives as they review any criminal incidents that we have done the initial investigation on, and also as they are continuing to review a few cases that were previously investigated by Crescent City. We completed 6 crash reports, and there were a total of 6 criminal events inside Crescent City in 30 days. The first of which was a theft, and I'll give you a very brief description of these. That theft involved the theft of a firearm and medications from inside a vehicle. The suspects were known to the victim as acquaintances. That case is solved with 2 suspects arrested. The second of which was a battery case. This occurred New Year's Eve. It was a simple battery involving acquaintances or friends that had a disagreement at a New Year's Eve party. That case is solved with 1 suspect charged. The third case is a drug investigation. As a matter of fact, this was my case that I made New Year's Eve in Crescent City, which very briefly resulted from a suspicious vehicle investigation where the subject was observed ducking and hiding from the presence of marked patrol cars. And that vehicle was later stopped, narcotics recovered. That case is solved with 1 person charged. The fourth crime or criminal event was an injunction violation where a gentleman violated his injunction for protection. That case is solved with 1 suspect charged. The fifth is a vandalism case where apparently a BB gun or a BB struck a window. That case is unsolved and has no leads on it at this time. No physical evidence, no leads. The sixth case is a shoplifting case, and that case is solved with 1 suspect charged. So that's a briefing of the last 30 days in Crescent City's law enforcement activity. I'll try to answer any questions you might have on that related to that activity or any other questions you might have.
Thank you. Yes, Colonel Wells, this is Lisa DeVito. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I'm over here on the side. I think this happened in the last 30 days, and I'm sorry, I meant to email you about this and I ran out of time. There have been several incidents. One, I think, was within the last 30 days where it's a form of domestic violence. There's a couple that argues, and apparently it's the female that is attacking the male. They drive their car literally into the park, Evil Lions Park, the main park where the gazebo is. My neighbor witnessed one morning the woman trying to run the man over with the car in the grass near this court. I called about this maybe a month or 2 ago. It sounds like it's the same couple. The man actually said, "She's trying to kill me, help." And this happened in front of my house. There are still car ruts in Evil Park, and the car was way past the playground. And there was yelling and screaming and chasing and whatnot. And that was when our officers were still on duty. They said they thought that was. Do you have any record of anything like that?
Let me clarify. Did you stated that was when Crescent City officers were still actively working?
I'm saying the most recent time, I think I know of 3 separate incidents.
Right.
One, probably within the last 30 days, that my neighbor described to me that she witnessed. I witnessed something very similar, probably sometime in November. And then the officer that I talked to in November said that something like that had occurred previously. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, do you have any record of, somebody chasing someone with a car? Because I'm pretty sure it was reported.
Okay, well, then I'll have a record of everything reported. I reviewed all criminal reports for the last 30 days, and that was not a portion of that. However, there are, like I said, roughly, or not roughly, but exactly 176 law enforcement activities. I have all of them in front of me. If you want to take the time tonight, I'll be happy to help you help me narrow that down by date and location. And then I can read the documentation, or we can speak offline about it. I'll be happy to, either way.
No, I think it's better given how late it is and everything else. I'll just email that to you, but it's of great concern to me that there are people that periodically drive around town, drive to parks. There's also been quite a bit of domestic violence in that park across the street from me. It's a very distressing incident.
Yeah, I share your concerning there. We have some services, even if our deputies have investigated it and it has not risen to the level of criminal violation. We have early intervention program in domestic violence, and that's a ideal candidate for that. So please just get that to me and we'll talk soon.
Okay, and then the other thing is, and you're probably aware of this, the homeless point in time count is coming up at the end of January. I'm sure the sheriff's office is aware of that.
Yes.
Okay, because actually, I was hoping somebody would call in on public comment about the needs in South County, and I have a flyer somewhere. But also, we've had complaints for the past year, and I think we just had one recently about a homeless person sleeping at the library. Oh, is that it?
Yeah, that's.
Oh, got it. Okay, you guys have it. Homeless person sleeping at the library, and also up and down Main Street. You had indicated to me that victim services helps with people in that situation. Is that accurate?
It is, and I'm familiar with two situations that we are working on right now in the city of Crescent City dealing with homelessness. One is that library. I was sent an email chain regarding that case, and I have spoken sent notification to Miss Stella Brown, who is the county's library manager, and also to Mr. Terry Suggs, the county administrator, who is her supervisor. And we have requested on behalf of the sheriff's office that although that is county-owned property, we still need authorization to enforce trespassing on that property. And I'm awaiting on that. Then we can take that angle. Of course, we want to also provide the services. One of our deputy sheriffs had contact with an individual on the library parking lot. I'm sorry, I think under like an awning or right up next to the building at about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning recently. And that person was run for warrants, no criminal activity, and indicated that they were fine where they were and did not wish to leave. So absent that trespass authority, or that authority given specifically to the sheriff, we did not have any legal authority to move that person. We're working on that, and we want to provide services. We're also beginning to work a problem-oriented policing project behind the Bolero. We understand that the homelessness is an issue there. I myself have seen what appears to be the makeshift camps behind there. And that problem-oriented policing project is underway and is being led by Captain Woods, as he's going to be working with the property owners to secure the same rights for us to get inside there and exercise some trespassing authority and offering the services for those folks. So those are the two instances, or the two appear to be hubs of homeless activity that we have there. I'll add one other comment there. The sheriff's office always partners in the homeless counts. We provide security and deputies to allow the volunteers that do that, to enter safely into homeless camps and other things along those lines. So we are prepared for that. I believe we have another organizational meeting coming on that next week or the week after, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's next week.
Right, well, just to back up a minute, my primary concern is not necessarily that you run these people off, because I don't think people are sleeping outside in 40-degree weather on the grass with a blanket unless they have no place else to go. And you don't need to go into this detail, but I want to make it clear that I am worried about what happens to these people
I understand.
because they are miserable to start with. And just, you know, I think it's inhumane to run them off when they have no place else to go, but I'll get with you about that online.
I'll let me share one piece so that everybody's there. We hosted, I spoke with Victim Services and our lead victims advocate, Ms. Kimberly Daly, at our request, hosted here at the Sheriff's Office, a meeting about this as we were dealing on that last cold front that you and I talked about. Present that were at least one pastor that I spoke to briefly in the meeting, and the Putnam County Christian Services Center were present because they had previously hosted the cold night shelters. So they have opted not to do that. There was no available shelter for that previous cold snap because they were concerned with the COVID situation and because apparently there was some issues beyond that, but they opted not to host that. One of the persons that we have spoken to about that is the pastor of a large church here in Palaca who is considering and going through the procedures now to potentially open a temporary cold night shelter. The Sheriff's Office has agreed to provide the PPE gear, the personal protective gear necessary for that, and to run the criminal history and wanted person checks necessary to allow that to happen. So we're doing everything we can. Unfortunately, you know, that's another burden. Sometimes being in a smaller county is we just don't have a shelter available for that. But we certainly do offer those services when they're available, and our victims advocates are working on an interim fix on that at this time. It's very concerning to us when those folks are outside in the cold weather.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Colonel Wells, we appreciate everything you and your deputies and the sheriff has provided for Crescent City. We truly do. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Just let us know what you need. Thank you guys, and ladies, gentlemen, have a great evening.
Thank you so much.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, now we've got Commissioner DeVito had added some things to the agenda. One of them was, I believe you wanted the COVID procedures.
Yes. Okay, because the only time we have to talk about this is now. COVID, I think, you know, is going to be with us for a while. I read a very distressing article by the people that make the Moderna vaccine. They say it'll be with us for a long time. I do not like to hear this. But a couple of things. One is, and I've mentioned this to Michael before, but potentially we would have to appropriate money for this. And hopefully it could come from Better Place Plan. It is my understanding that air conditioning systems can be specifically upgraded with additions like UV light or technical things that I don't understand. Ron West would probably understand them better than me. But to me, I think it is in our best interest for the long term to look and see what kind of upgrades could be added to our air conditioning system to combat virus, so that the building is helping us help ourselves as well as the other procedures that you're supposed to follow. And then, I don't know, Michael, do you have thoughts on that? That's something that I'm looking at.
Well, one of the things we did is a while back, we cleaned the roads. We also had the ducts cleaned. I can check with the county and the city of Palaca, see what they've done, or some agencies to see if they've done any proactive EC.
Well, it's my understanding that private businesses and that AC companies, own AC company offered me something, but our house is very drafty. And we're not a public place. But I think that there are enhancements to our air conditioning system that specifically will kill virus, and that private offices are starting to look into these. How do y'all feel about that?
It's not a bad idea to explore it.
I'll look at, also talk to the health department, because once again, they're talking about these issues, of contamination and contact tracing through actual contact with people. So I'll talk to Mary Garcia, I'll talk to the health department about it.
You know, we might have some limitations too, just based on the age of the thing.
Right.
So, you know, anything you can do, Michael, to look into that by all means.
Well, we had talked about upgrades to the building. It would be, I mean, I think that's something that, to me, the air conditioning system should come first. And I'm not sure that's Mary Garcia's area of expertise. I think it's HVAC area of expertise.
Commissioner Banks.
We got a new air conditioner up there.
Not that old.
We just spent about $175,000.
Right. It's not that the air conditioning is old or that you would replace it. They're offering additions to your filter and circulation systems.
Oh, some kind of filter you could.
Sure.
Well, it's not
Okay.
filter, UV lights.
Lights.
Hospitals have enhanced filters. And as well, apparently they can test your air conditioning system to see what your exchange rate, because one thing that's really important is how much fresh air you bring in, just like in your car. You know, you can either recirculate or you can bring in the fresh air. So I think that's something that's really a heating and air expertise thing. The other thing that concerns me is I know when I come into City Hall, the staff here are not wearing a mask when I come in. It's my understanding that the CDC guidelines are that when you're not with people in your family, you're supposed to have a mask on. And it would seem to me if we are keeping the public out, we're still, staff members are exposing each other to risk because they're at work, they're not at home, they don't have the mask on. And the third thing is, I guess the meetings are going to, we don't know what's going to happen. You know, this meeting is on Zoom. How are we going to decide when we have meetings on Zoom? And if we go back to in-person meetings, I have been very uncomfortable with the number of people coming to our meetings who do not wear a mask. Are we going to be able to deal with that any better in the future?
Right now, I know the county did it this way, just based on, because of the numbers where they are. You know, we limited in what we can do based on the governor and any executive orders that he issues. So as far as in-person meetings, we all have to be here, of course, that's why but we can do Zoom. I guess we're just gonna have to monitor it. I mean, I would say that we just need to monitor it until, you know, things start to.
Right, but I guess essentially we're leaving that decision up to you and Michael right now to make the call as to whether to have it by Zoom or not.
Actually, it's not. I would asking, you know, what we're gonna do. And in this case, in light of what was going on in the county and the city, it's just prudent. You can have all the HEPA filters you want.
And I think he asked, I think he talked to each, did he talk to,
Mhm.
yeah, he talked to y'all if you
Well,
were
I'm saying, I mean,
comfortable with
that's
that.
fine. I want to, well, first of all, I'm well in favor of everyone being as protected as they can, and I think this makes the most sense. I just want to make sure that it's acceptable, you know, for us to decide ad hoc, that we give our input to Michael, et cetera. Just want to make sure we're meeting all the legal requirements. And I really would like to know if we do go back to person meetings and there's still virus very prevalent, you know, can we do a better job of making sure that everyone in the commission room wears a mask?
See,
I don't know if we can or not.
Commissioner Burton.
I don't think so. I think Governor DeSantis
Yeah.
will not
Well-
back you up on that.
I'm not sure about that. I'd like to find out. All I know is we're not the only ones having a Zoom meeting. The legislature is meeting in their committee meetings now in January and February. They're not having anyone appear in person. Everybody is piped in.
Well, and we're following that protocol right now. I mean,
Right.
I mean, that's what we're doing.
I know, that's why I'm saying for people who feel that they're shut out or whatever, we're doing what everyone else is doing, including the
Yeah,
legislature.
it's not that we're trying to shut people
And
down.
until there is an actual, the governor issues a mask mandate.
Right.
you know,
No,
we can ask them, but we are a public entity, so it's not like, it's not public, it's not like, you know,
I don't,
or something like that that can say, no, you cannot come in because you're not wearing a mask. So, we have to, maybe we need to look at maybe we need to talk to the state and find out, get some guidelines from them as to how to move forward from here. And that's kind of, I think that's kind of a moving target also. I believe it's just, it changes day by day, it seems like. So,
yes, it does. So I just want to make sure we have the opportunity to,
I think we've been going with the county, the way the county
We
director.
really have
we
been.
really have.
Yeah,
We're trying to follow the county and, and their directive. Now, I believe, this is the first meeting that they've had where they've gone back to Zoom with the, with the audience. So,
and of course, the irony is they have a much bigger room than we do. So if they're having Zoom meetings, we really need to.
Right.
Because they're-
well, and we
they're-
did, and so we, and even, this, I mean, this was difficult. This was a difficult one for us to have to do this with, but, we have to err on the side of caution. And so I think we're all doing the very best.
Thank you. So anyway, that's what I have on that.
Okay.
And actually, in terms of, I think my last issue, we talked about the middle school. Well, anyway, go ahead, Mayor. This is your call. I was just trying to see if there's anything we could leave off.
Well, we haven't gone through for the commissioners either to see if they have anything. And I know
Right.
Commissioner Banks has got several yellow sheets.
I'm gonna hold them back.
Well, I was kind of thinking maybe we should go to his yellow sheets first and
Well,
save the last two for last because it might.
I
take
think
care of
so
some.
too, because you've dominated a lot of this.
Yes.
So go ahead, Commissioner Banks. I really do. I think some of that just, if nothing else, giving some directive and that we need to move some things forward.
Yeah, well, that's one of my concerns, but we've been tied up with other businesses, but I think it's time for us, and I think we took a good step tonight to try to throw someone behind, because we really about behind the CRA.
I have white pages with the same thing.
Yeah,
I'm married.
part-time person, whatever, and the Miss Peacock replacement. Maybe I can ask you about it.
Say again?
What kind of progress have we made on the hand of the finance director and the CRA?
Well, we've still talked to people. I'm trying to get people. I've talked to state agencies. I've talked to the county. They have feelers out there to try to get somebody, try to see if there's anybody qualified, anybody wants to come and be the finance director.
If you
So
get a
that's-
city clerk, you may not need a finance director, you could just have somebody take over accounting back there.
It still needs to be accounting, you still need government accounting. Ms. Peacock will tell you, she knows exactly what it entails, and especially this time of the year. All of the old reporting still needs to be done, and new reporting, we need somebody qualified in government accounting, really, to do this effectively. City clerk, really, the idea of the city clerk is really records management, which we did not have, and we need badly. It's not just about public records requests, there's about records retention, a whole bunch of other things that go with that. CRA, I talked to a couple of people, they're gonna get back to me. I think one of the other things I've been talking to them is they have experience with code revision, going down the road with that. But then the county, I talked to the county about they're doing an initiative to have somebody come in and do code revisions with them, so I was gonna try to piggyback on that. I was kind of waiting. I mentioned it to you before. So, but the CRA is still the person, I still have a couple of people that are interested. I just have to touch base with them. Like phone
You
tape the
you
last
said that, you said that a couple months ago.
I said that right before
How far
Christmas.
away are they that you can't?
It's not that they're far away, it's just availability. Other than that,
Okay.
they have full-time jobs and it sounded like part-time would be fine.
Okay.
Because we really need to get somebody on that
Yes, we
CRA.
do.
And we really need to try to find somebody for the finance.
I think we need to advertise again, because everybody I've talked to, they said, well, we didn't know your job was available.
I put that out there at the end of the year. Well, I'll just put it out every month or every put it out again. Like I said, I put it out at the end of the year, which was right at the first of this year.
We have government changeovers right now going on too, so this might be a good time maybe to
Should we just re-advertise
re-advertise
again?
because I do know there's some changeovers going on in
So if
government.
we could-
Every time you come out of an election cycle, there always
There
is.
always are.
Right.
Hudson County's actually breaking right now, trying to balance out their office and who's in charge of what.
I know,
We
See,
can't get some of our bills paid because of that.
Okay,
they're
yeah.
having their own issues, so.
these things been following us and, for the last 3 or 4 months. About the, code enforcement.
Yeah.
And the, finance director and CRA person. So we need to really put them on the top and try to fill those spots so we can move on.
And we had decided to do a workshop on that, on the magistrate, so the code enforcement and the magistrate, so I think we need to go ahead and get that scheduled.
Right, well, that was my motion, and it was both magistrate and code enforcement, because as Jay brought up, and we've talked about this, there's a lot that doesn't happen in code enforcement, and we don't have a clear direction. We've been all over the place. You know, at one time, I think our code officer told not to write anything unless there was a complaint. So I think we need to talk about what the goal is.
Cause I got a building, well, I don't have a building, but it was on our agenda on our previous mayor. The old lodge,
Lodge, the Masonic Lodge back
Yeah.
there.
Right there.
And then something really needs to be done with that.
it's an accident thing that happened.
Right, and then my question is, I mean, you're talking about the far end of the spectrum where they're falling down, and my concern is we need to think about how we do code enforcement so that basically we just things fall apart. You know, what are we gonna do here?
We need to, and a couple other places. Well, I'll get with you, Michael, on that. I won't, the property belongs to the city, and it look better than the residents. Some of the people that we finding, on Cedar Street around there,
Yeah.
we paid for that, and it's terrible. And right there on the corner on Cedar Street, Florida and Cedar, it's terrible. And now it's a slow season, so our people go clean that up and put a charge on it. Well, it looked like the property owners just done abandoned it. But one piece we own, and I know that. On Cedar Street, I think it's, 121 or 122 on Cedar Street.
Yeah, you might want to bring that up to discuss that, Michael.
Well, that's one of the issues that we.
I'll visit your office.
You can get with me because we've had this conversation about how much personnel we have and what needs to get done. We talk about all of the impending stuff we have to get done and how. We'll get to it.
Yeah, cause now it's a slow season for the grass growing around the lake.
Yes, yes,
Right.
yes.
So this is the time we look at some of those things, like edging and things like that.
Okay, all right.
So now when are we gonna start looking at the advisory boards and stuff? And getting new people and doing stuff
And-
with,
That's another thing that I talked about, of trying to get a handle on that and where we are. Code enforcement was a big thing about it. If it's gonna go to a magistrate, we have to kind of make a decision either way on that. But as far as the advisory boards, once again, trying to get time to sit there and look at it and revamp them and try to say, okay, who's on the board? How long they've been on the board? Do they need to be reappointed? Need to be brought before the board? So that's something to look at. We've had these conversations, so we're looking towards.
Oh, no,
Well, we've had the conversations, but I think we're at the point now
Right,
where
the point
we need to start,
So
we
we'll
need
look
to
at
start, yeah. And I know that, you know,
the CRA board ain't been meeting on account of this virus, in my understanding. But I know two of the ladies that are on it, and I don't think they can, well, I know they haven't been having no meeting. So, Ms. West appointed one on there, and I appointed one member on that board.
is that on the CRA or is it the code enforcement?
No, CRA.
On CRA, okay,
Ms.
the
Brown-
advisory board, the
Ms. Brown-
advisory board.
Ms.
Okay.
Brown, you appointed Ms. Brown.
Right.
Yeah, and I appointed, Ms. Baker on that board.
And the last one I went to, only 2 people showed up. I think there's 7 people on that board, and I believe only 2 people showed up. And that was over a year ago.
Yeah, so we have to just start, taking a serious look about all that and trying to get,
Okay.
And this-
generate interest.
Well, I think on account of the virus, the reason they had been meeting, because they was doing, meeting pretty good one time, and all of a sudden, like it just went away.
We've had, it's been a big hiccup year, and it looks
It
like
really
we're still
has.
going into it. Commissioner Burton, did you have anything else?
Well, I have a lot, but yeah, I think Commissioner Banks, he's covered most of that for me tonight. I'm good. Thank you. We're on the same, we're on the same
I
page.
think we're all on the same page, is that,
Yeah.
we need to start really taking some action. So, Commissioner West, do you have? Okay. Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, so Commissioner Banks touched on several subjects, and I heard you say, are we going to schedule a code workshop? I think it's time to start scheduling workshops. And the one thing I will say is, and this relates to COVID, to make sure that we don't spend huge amounts of time with people all in the same room, or, if we go off Zoom, whatever, or that we don't even spend time together. I think the workshop should be a separate day from a commission meeting.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I
So
agree with
we
that.
need to spread out.
Yeah,
That's fine.
So I'm looking, to me, it's not a moment too soon to have a workshop on code and magistrate, because that's just kind of hanging out there. And as well, I mentioned that we might want to look at the CRA plan. I don't know if anyone had a chance to do that, but I wouldn't mind scheduling a workshop to just review this, just go through the CRA plan, just look at it, talk about it. Because there's a lot in there and it's not going anywhere.
If we
Just
do,
not going
if we do a workshop, the only thing is right now, if we do, we have to think about this too. If we do a workshop, it would have to be a Zoom workshop. So it would, I just feel like if we decided here that today was gonna be that, and anything as we go forward until we change that direction, it's gonna have to be a Zoom workshop.
Right.
Well,
So, I'm just saying that, so if we do schedule a workshop, let's keep in mind that it really should be a Zoom workshop.
I think that's just fine, but I think a workshop, let's talk about it. And then we can invite people to make written comment. We can invite people to.
Well,
comment.
they can speak, they can raise their hand and speak, that's what Deb was doing
Sure.
in there
Yeah,
tonight.
I think that's fine, because obviously we've been here a long time tonight, and I think it shows
Yeah,
us,
sure.
So we
that-
have,
it shows us, I think we need to spend some time in the workshop,
Yes.
so we can talk outside of the regular business.
Okay, so when do you want to schedule our first workshop? Is that where we're going? Is that where you're trying to head?
That's what the mayor said, and I agree with him.
so Michael, do you want to, do you have any dates that you'd like to look at? I'd probably like to do it on a Tuesday.
Okay.
That'll give us, not next Tuesday, but a Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesdays will work better, because we try to align all our meetings on Thursdays. We've been
Do
having.
we want to do those workshops during the afternoon? Or do we want to do we've done workshops before during the day?
During the day, I would like.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not sure what very,
we could do them like at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, starting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Is everybody in agreement to that?
No, that's not enough time.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
hey,
That would be fine.
Yeah, I don't want to get in the way of.
I mean, geez, if she gets up at 9, she gotta take a nap at
Well,
1.
why-
Mr. Burton, when's your nap time?
Yeah.
So I think that if we do it, let's do it on a Tuesday. Let's do it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And by having it on Zoom, it will also be to where they can, people can replay it afterwards.
Yes, that's true.
okay. That sounds good to me.
Okay, what workshop
And which
one
Tuesday?
Tuesday?
Yeah, what's the date?
Okay, we're gonna do the,
I'm throwing out Tuesday the 9th. The week before is my birthday, and I might actually take a little vacation for my birthday. I don't know.
well, now if you do, then Are you gonna be traveling? That we'd have to quarantine you?
No.
Okay. Darn.
Okay,
Teasing you, Commissioner.
okay, now you say that, Tuesday, what date was that?
Does anybody have February the 9th? Does that, what is?
What workshop are we going to be working on?
The magistrate?
This is the magistrate.
And let, cancel it.
Okay, that's in February, January, what?
February 9th is a Tuesday at 1 o'clock. I think that I do believe too, that for us to go over, tonight, Commissioner DeVito, I know you wanted us to put on there the agenda for us to look at, but I think that
I think
maybe,
it's too late. I
good,
think we're
thank you. I don't think you would get out of us what you're hoping to get out
No,
of us.
I think we're pretty much finished for the night.
Okay. But at some point, we do need to set some goals and priorities
Yes.
for what we want to achieve. And so if we want to go ahead and set a workshop up for that at the same time while we're working on workshops, let's go ahead and do that.
I think we could do that on the commission, and come in an hour on the commissioner meeting night.
Well, but she just said that she's concerned about doing a workshop
Oh,
and then us being together for this long, for, any length
This
of
is a long
time.
time.
And the next one might be a little long too, if we're gonna go over some certain items on it. So, so let's go ahead. You want to give us a date for another date for a workshop?
Do you want to do the following Tuesday, the 16th?
That works for me.
We can.
yeah.
Same time, same place?
Yep, 1 o'clock.
February 16th.
I don't know, my naps are gonna be in bad shape.
They are. She might be grumpy.
Same time at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, yes, sir.
And what workshop was this? going
That's,
to-
we're gonna go over setting some priorities and goals. We need
Okay,
to do some goal setting.
all righty, good. Okay,
Do you think we would have enough time to talk about CRA in there,
We could,
if possible?
we could.
Would you just want to?
I think if all of us come in with what our priorities are, that meeting can go fairly quick.
Yeah, that might go fairly quick. We can then take a 5-minute recess and then pick back up with CRA. So we can
Well,
piggyback, we
I
can
think
pick,
it would be nice to give ourselves an option.
okay, we can piggyback on that if we want to. Okay,
All righty.
okay. Have any other business, any other comments?
yeah.
Adjourned.
This meeting